Good morning, Ms. Silva.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you, thank you.
Chair, today
yes.
we continue with the IDEC stream, and we have Mr. Adams in the witness box, who will be led by Advocate Sigals-Ncube. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Sigals-Ncube.
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you. Can you please state your full name or place your full names on record?
Fadiel Adams.
Thank you. Will you be swearing or affirming?
No, I will be swearing.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. What we normally do, Mr. Adams, don't mind the cameras. I see you looking.
It's a bit intimidating.
in that direction. What we normally do is to start with the witness basically reading or going through their statement without being probed or seriously engaged, with the exception of asking clarity-seeking questions. Ms. Sigals-Ncube will advise how we'll do it when we get to that stage. But I want to raise certain issues right at the beginning before you deal with your statement. Issues that relate to what you said the last time you were here. That was on the 11th of August, eh? Yes. So I want to start there before we get to your statement. Do you have a file, a written correspondence bundle on the spine?
No, Chief. No, Commissioner. I only have witness bundles. Yeah, I don't
Does have it, Chair. They'll assist him with it, but it is there.
Thank you. Thank you. On your last appearance on 11 August, you said that you did not receive communication emailed to you by the Commission in October 2025. I'm sure you do confirm saying so, correct?
Justice, Commissioner, what I said was I observed an email asking 3 questions. However, I expected more questions, therefore I did not respond to it. But I've had, and I put places on record, and you can summons the IT guys from Parliament here if you want to, that I've had numerous issues with my laptop. And though this is not an excuse, yes, I'm just trying to explain to you the situation I was in. I'm still in with this laptop. But
can you, Mr. Adams, we will save a lot of time if you answer the questions asked directly and you do not veer off to terrain that does not relate to the question that was put to you. Is it so that on 11 August 2026, when you were last here, you said that you did not receive communication emailed to you by the Commission?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. And the reason you gave for saying so, that is, for not receiving the communication, was that your emails were not working. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. And you also said that the first time you received the Rule 3 notice was only 3 months ago. Is that correct also?
That was when I received it, yes, Chair.
You said you received it only 3 months ago.
Yes,
That's
Chair.
correct. Now, go to the file I just referred you to and go to page 1 of that file. Are you there?
I am there, Chair.
Page 1, okay. And there you see an email sent by Ms. Marie Versnach on 3 October 2025 at 16:54. You see that email?
I'm page 1, Chair?
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. And that email is addressed to you. That's your Parliament email address. F. Adams at Parliament. I shouldn't. Oh my God.
No, it's fine, Chairperson. I don't have a problem with my email or phone number out there. That's what it's there for.
Yeah, apologies. But anyway, I'm sure you do put out, as parliamentarians, you do put out yours for your constituency and everything else. But apologies anyway. Okay. So it's addressed to you. And that's, as I say, is 3 October 2025 at 16:54. Do you see that? Okay, let me ask you to read that email into the record from where it says, "We hereby attach." And you read up to where it says, "This email serves as part 1 of 2. Please read it yourself.
We hereby attach for your attention a notice in terms of Rule 3 of the Rules of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference, and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System, including transcripts from the testimony of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on 18-19 September 2025. The last mention will follow in a subsequent email. This email serves as part 1 of 2. Should you have any queries, please contact writer here of email. Kindly acknowledge receipt of the attached. Thank you, Mary Wilsnash.
Okay, all right, thank you. And you do notice that it refers to a Rule 3 notice.
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you. Now go to page 2. And there, do you see the email sent only a minute later? That is at 16:55 on 3 October 2025. You do see that as well. It's also from Ms. Marie Versnach. You see that email?
Yes, Chairperson.
Please, you should please vocalize your.
Oh, sorry.
Vocalize your agreement. Do not nod, please.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Thank you. And that email said the second installment of the transcript of General Mkhwanazi's evidence was attached. I'm paraphrasing, of course. Is that correct?
You are, Chairperson.
Now, my interest is in the Rule 3 notice that was referred to in the first email, and which was attached to that email. And perhaps for the record and for your purposes, let me advise you that Ms. Marie Versnach is one of the attorneys or directors in the Commission's firm of attorneys, Diale Mokhashwa. That's just for your information. Now, let's look at the notice itself. It's at page 3.2. Do you see it?
Yes, Chairperson.
Now, it says that General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi implicated you on the matters itemized in paragraphs 1.1 to 1.2. Do you see that?
I do, Chairperson.
No, I'm sorry, to 1.3, to 1.3. Do you see that?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yeah. Now, in the main paragraph 4, that is the main part of paragraph 4, read with paragraph 4.1, the notice invites you to respond, and in doing so to address the facts that implicate you and to give an explanation or evidence. Do you see that?
I do, Chairperson.
Okay. Now, and this is quite crucial, bearing in mind that you said that you only saw the October communication 3 months ago. 14 days later, that is on 14 October 2025, you responded to this communication by means of an email that is at page 5. Let us go to page 5. Towards the foot of the page, do you see your response there?
Yes, Chairperson.
It's addressed to Ms. Marie Versnach. And in your response of 14 October 2025, you request to make your submissions 72 hours after the testimony of General Khumalo. You see that?
Yes, Chairperson.
Now, if you responded to the Commission's Rule 3 notice only 11 days after it was sent to you, your response, as I said, being on 14 October 2025, you were not truthful when you said you received notice or you only saw the email communication 3 months ago. Am I correct? You were not truthful.
If I may,
regard.
sorry. If I may, Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson, when I responded to this email, it was because when I looked at the section 3, please bear with me, I saw 3 questions. I then responded to Mrs. Wilsnatch because I had been out of the province, struggling with a laptop. I went to Parliament, they fixed it. I responded to her. I said to her, a lot of my testimony will have bearing regarding General Khumalo. If I may have permission to respond to him within 72 hours after, Chairperson. I then left it at that, even after General Khumalo had testified. However, I will admit, Chairperson, that all this confusion regarding the emails and my correspondence is entirely my fault. I could have done better, and I should have done better. My recollection of the email referring to the section 3 is pertaining to the one that comes afterwards, and I did get my dates mixed, and for that I profusely apologize. I also, Chairperson, I sat here on the 11th, and you told me that I wasn't taking the commission seriously. It was something that I disagree with even now. However, I will take full responsibility for all the confusion and all the delay regarding to the emails that came. Parliament will know, and they can deny this again, so I can prove it again, that all email correspondence sent, even from the police portfolio, is sent to my administrator, Baldin Libber, because my laptop just does not respond 50% of the time. So for this, Chairperson, I do apologize to you and everybody profusely, but this was my fault. I will not run from this.
You are ahead of me. My question is
Sorry.
a simple one. My question is a simple one. It is this. When you said on 11 August 2026, you received communication, that is the email communication of October 2025. You saw it for the first time 3 months ago, that is 3 months now in 2026. That was untruthful. Is that so?
Chairperson, in respect of the email mentioned, I was referring to the follow-up emails that I saw later, not this one right here, because I'd responded to this email.
I specifically referred on the 11th of August 2026, I specifically referred when I engaged you to communication sent to you in October of 2025. And it was about that communication that you said you only received it 3 months ago. Am I correct?
100%, Commissioner.
Now I will repeat my question for the 3rd time, and I will say, so it was untruthful of you to say that you received, or you only saw the communication of October 2025 for the first time 3 months ago.
In respect of, yes, Chairperson, that now that I have all the emails, even my response in front of me, yes, the information I submitted was wrong.
It was untruthful.
Yes, Chairperson.
Could you possibly have forgotten that the commission had communicated with you last year already?
I did forget about this email right here, Chairperson. I did. I will be honest with you. Now that I look at it, and now that I replay your question to me on the 11th, if I'd had this bundle in front of me, the answer would have been different.
There's a lot of correspondence, and perhaps Ms. Sigels-Ncube will, or even my co-commissioners, will take you through it. But what I will say to you is that there are more than one item of correspondence starting from April of 2026, which are reminders for you to file your statement. Are you aware of those?
Chairperson, in the last few weeks, I still haven't managed to open all the emails, but I have seen some of it. And again, Chairperson, let me apologize for this. And your team, if I may finish, Chairperson, will tell you that since they've started communicating via the Baldine Libber email address, we've responded promptly as we can.
We are going to come to the apology, Mr. Adam. What I want to know is, are you aware of the correspondence that I say starts from April, in which you are first being told, file your statement now, and thereafter you are being reminded to file your statement? Are you aware of that correspondence?
Not all of it, Chairperson, but I have seen some of the correspondence.
But you've received this file. Have you gone through it?
This file?
The one that I've referred you to now.
This file was given to me yesterday, Chairperson.
Did you go through it? It was given to me yesterday also, and I've gone through it, which is why I'm able to engage you on it. It was given to you yesterday. What time?
I received 2 batches of emails, Chairperson. The one was at 12 o'clock the night. The other one was at 1 o'clock the afternoon.
I'm asking you specifically about this file, the correspondence
I can check my, I switched off my phone, but I can check my phone because I'm not sure which batch came at what time. But there were 2 batches of emails that came. The one batch came at 12 o'clock the night. The other one came at 1:25 or 1:12 the afternoon.
May I ask for assistance? When was the correspondence file
Chair,
sent?
as far as I know, the correspondence bundle was sent to Mr. Adams on Monday. What was sent to him yesterday was documentation that he had sent to the commission, which we had to collate into bundles and send back to him. So everything that he received yesterday are his documents. Everything that the commission gave to Mr. Adams or submitted to Mr. Adams was sent to him on Monday via a link. The hard copies he sees for the first time today because it's the witness bundle.
There it is. This was sent to you on Monday. Did you see it?
If I may, Chairperson?
Yes.
I booked my flight for Joburg for 6 o'clock Monday morning. I arrived here roughly 8 o'clock. I took a meeting at 8:30. I came out of that meeting and my PA had left 100 messages for me that Madlanga has sent you a bundle. I traveled to Pretoria.
The commission, not Madlanga.
Oh, so the Madlanga Commission, sorry. I'm about to get whooped by Judge Madlanga again. It was about 11:30 when she had let me know that the commissioner sent you a bundle. At that time, sir, I'm in Rosebank.
This is Monday already.
This is Monday.
Your PA tells you that you've been sent something.
On Monday. I've still got my luggage. I am in Rosebank. I traveled to Pretoria and then found the hotel. It's at that stage when I started looking at this. So, in all honesty, Chairperson, I did see, but it was very hasty. I didn't have hard copies because I didn't have a printer. I'm reading it from a cell phone because my laptop, again, is giving me issues. So, it wasn't the easiest thing in the world to do. But I did try to go through it as well as I could, best as I could. The problem was, Chairperson, if these things had come at 9 o'clock the evening, I could have cancelled my flight. I could have stayed the day. I could have done better. And I'm not throwing mud at anyone. I'm just saying if I received it earlier, just a little bit earlier, I could have done so much better.
No, Mr. Adams, this correspondence became necessary only because of what you said on 11 August 2026. Had you not said anything about you not receiving emails from October of 2025, we would not be having this correspondence file before us. So you cannot really complain about the need for it to have been served on you much earlier.
I'm happy to concede that.
It arose because of what you said on 11 August 2026.
I am happy to concede that.
Now you say you did go through it, but of course you do give some descriptor as to the nature of how you looked at it, but bottom line is you did have a look at it. Now, I will go back to my question. Did you see that in this correspondence file, you are told in April 2026 to file your statement, and thereafter there are a few other emails that remind you to file your statement, and this starts from April of 2026.
Yes, Chairperson.
Chair,
And,
my
yes.
apologies, Chair. Before you move away from the 11 August and whether Mr. Adams could have forgotten about the email correspondence, there is a clip that we want to play of an interview that Mr. Adams had just before his appearance on the 11th of August, where he actually deals with the correspondence, and that will maybe assist insofar as he may have forgotten.
Please do that
Thank
now.
you, Chair.
Please, thank you.
To know why he'd say he's disappointed about the possible postponement if it's his legal team that handed things late on a public holiday. What did he expect? Annexures and a sworn statement?
Definitely, and he joins us now. We just had to grab him before he goes inside the guest room here at the Bishop Madlanga Justice College. I'm also joined by Yusuf who will be part of this conversation. Thank you very much for speaking to us on ENC. Before, of course, I hand over to Yusuf as well. What happened? Who was late, and where is the delay?
I'm reading Madlanga's statement and I'm saying that I was subpoenaed. It's a lie, I was never subpoenaed. I emailed the commission and I said, you know what, my name's been kicked around like a football for 3 months. I demand my opportunity to speak. They came back to me and they gave me a date of the 11th. I think that was on the 3rd. I said to them, voter registration is the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. Those are the 3 busiest days of the year for me. Can you give me another date? I'm proposing the 30th. They said, no, it's the 11th or nothing. They, in essence, gave me 4 days to complete my submission. But now remember, as I'm trying to complete my submission, people are still mentioning my name left, right, and center on TV. So it becomes a little bit odd. So we submitted yesterday at 6 o'clock, which I think is still reasonable. I mean, it's not as if they need to go and find documents. I've given them everything. And then this morning I get here and I'm told by Yusuf that I'm unlikely to testify today, which is disappointing because I've come halfway across the country. I went to bed early, I put on a suit for this, and now I'm told I'm not going to testify today. So it's,
Are you ready to testify, Fadiel?
I would not have emailed Madlanga to demand to testify if I wasn't ready.
So what's at play here in your view?
I think certain people would have read my submissions and thought we have a problem here.
Do you believe that you were used?
Let me put it to you like this, Pule. I'm here to be used. I'm asking the public, if you know of any malfeasance, any corruption, please put your envelope under my office door.
What were you used? Given the contents of the Section 27 referral, the argument here is that your allegations were weak.
Let me challenge that. Let Drew answer me.
Becomes relevant later, but the point is where Mr. Adams says that he would not have emailed the commission demanding to come and give evidence. And if you look at the email that he sends, which is on page 5, in closing, I would need to appear before the commission to clear my name. It's that email correspondence that he's referring to, which started, as Chair said, in October of 2025. And this, he says, before he appears on the 11th before the commission.
Thank you. You may ask whatever follow-up.
No, Chair, I just wanted I just wanted to assist or add to what Chair was asking insofar as he may have forgotten that about the email exchange.
Thank you. And I notice he speaks so fast. So you say on Monday, this Monday, you did read this correspondence, the contents of this correspondence bundle. Now, let's go to, let me just find the April email that I kept referring to. I will read to you. It's also from Ms. Mari Wilsnach. It says, I refer to the Rule 3 notice issued to you. Page 4, I'm sorry. Yes. I refer to the Rule 3 notice issued to you on 3 October 2025 in relation to the testimony of Lieutenant General N. Mkhwanazi. We have been instructed to request your response thereto, notwithstanding that the evidence of Lieutenant General D. Khumalo has not been concluded. You'll recall the relevance of this paragraph is that in your response of 13 October 2025, you had requested to file your statement after General Khumalo had finalized his testimony. Do you remember saying that
I
in
do,
October
Chairperson.
of 2025?
Yes, Chairperson.
So that is the relevance of paragraph 2. We have been instructed to request your response thereto, that is to the Rule 3 notice, notwithstanding that the evidence of Lieutenant General D. Khumalo has not been concluded. You are therefore requested to respond to the said Rule 3 notice. The point I want to make about this, I assume you did receive this email.
Chairperson, I received this email, and it was a little bit later than this, but I will listen and I will concede what you're about to say.
That you received it?
I did.
Yes. The point I want to make is this. This email refers back to 3 October 2025. You see that?
Yes, Chairperson.
Now, even if you were to attempt to suggest not to have seen the emails of October 2025, this would have reminded you that there were emails of October 2025, correct?
Yes, Chairperson.
So, you having forgotten that there were emails of October 2025 cannot possibly make sense on the 11th of August 2026, when you were reminded this year, only in April 2026, that there was a Rule 3 notice sent to you in October 2025. You couldn't have forgotten between April and the 11th of August that you were reminded about the Rule 3 notice of October 2025. Could you?
Chairperson, I did not see this email before the 6th of May. Otherwise, I would have responded to it.
That's not the question I'm asking
No,
you.
I'm going to answer the question, Chairperson. When I saw this email, it would have reminded me of the October email. That is the truth.
So it would have reminded
You are 100% correct, Chairperson.
Now, on 11,
Page 11?
no, 11 August 2026, you do not give us that detail. You just say, I was not aware at all of these emails until only 3 months back. You mention nothing about a reminder in April of 2026 that an email had been sent to you in October 2026, or the Rule 3 notice had been sent to you in October 2025. You say nothing about that. You just give us the impression that your mind was a complete, clean slate until only about 3 months ago. You knew nothing at all about the Rule 3 notice of October 2025. Do you want to comment on that?
Chairperson, if that's the impression that I'm giving, then I do apologize for that. And I know this commission is having a hard time understanding this, and then that's okay. I would probably too if I was sitting on that side. I get hundreds of emails a week, and I struggle to get into the emails most of the time. So just allow me to finish, please, Chairperson. So there are emails. No, I see you shaking your head.
No, I did not shake my head. I just moved.
Oh, sorry.
And you can't control me not to move.
No, Chairperson. So what I'm saying, Chairperson, this is actually worse than an oversight on my part. It is. But I did not intend to mislead you. I did not. And I understand how bad it looks. And I even understand if you are sitting there, Commissioner Kumalo, thinking that I'm being disrespectful to this commission. But I promise you, Chairperson, as my mother is watching, that definitely was not the case.
Now, there is only one so-called Madlanga Commission. And you say you receive a lot of emails, but emails that you receive from the commission are only from the commission. And do you take the commission seriously?
Chairperson,
yes.
I am here. I arrived a day early at my own expense, twice. I take this commission very seriously. I'm very respectful of this commission. Forget what I say on social media. That's me acting like a fool half the time. But when I address you, I want you to understand something. You're the only man besides my father who's ever given me a beating. That's how much respect I have for this commission.
Now, thank you. not about me chastising you, no. But thank you for saying you take the commission seriously. Now, if you do, you receive an email in October 2025 telling you about the Rule 3 notice. You respond to it 11 days later. I will tell you now that it is hard to believe that you would forget about that communication. That's the only communication you got from the commission until April 2026. It is hard for me to believe that you would forget about that communication from this one, the only so-called Madlanga Commission. If you say you take the commission seriously, I find it hard to believe that you forget about that communication. And this is not mundane communication. It's communication that contains a formal document, a Rule 3 notice that requires of you to do certain things. Formal communication, and you respond to it. It's just difficult for me to understand how you could ever forget about such communication.
Chairperson, I understand the inference that you're drawing. I would probably draw the same if I was sitting on that side. So, once again, please allow me to apologize for that.
But how could you forget? There's only one Madlanga Commission, and there was just this one Rule 3 notice to which you responded. Underline the fact that you responded. How can you tell us that you only got communication 3 months ago? How could you forget something like that?
If you will allow me to just take 30 seconds of your time, Chairperson.
Yes.
Remember, I am the leader of a political party which deals with systemic problems across the Cape Flats daily. I leave my house at about 5:15 in the morning, and I'm lucky to come back at 11 every day, Saturdays and Sundays included. Once every 3 weeks, I'll take a day off. I am very busy entertaining people, listening to people, stopping gang fights, stopping bullets, burying children. Those are the things I do daily, Chairperson. Emails, in the beginning, is not even my strongest point. I genuinely forgot about this correspondence. I did. I've forgotten about other correspondence. I've forgotten my child's birthday. These things happen due to the hours and the pressure that we work under. I genuinely forgot this, Chairperson. I'm not lying to you.
Let us delineate two things. It is one thing to forget to respond to correspondence. It is quite another to say you do not remember ever receiving such communication. Do you see the difference?
I understand, Chairperson.
And the point I'm making, so perhaps, not that I necessarily agree with you, perhaps I would understand you better if you said, I forgot to respond to the email correspondence. That's something else altogether. But for you to say you only became aware of it 3 months ago, that is what I have a difficulty with. Not if you took the communication when you received it the first time seriously. And I repeat, there is only one Madlanga Commission, and it sent you formal communication, a Rule 3 notice which required a response from you. And again, I say underline, you responded to it. I will, subject to whatever else you say, not believe you when you say it was only in April of this year that you became aware of the communication. That's something that has nothing to do with you being very busy. You being busy may affect you not remembering to respond. Do you see the distinction I'm drawing?
I'm not arguing with you, Judge.
Do you see that? Please answer
100%.
directly. You
100%.
see the distinction.
100%.
Now, do you accept it when I say to you, it's hard for me to believe that in your mind, you only became aware of this communication 3 months ago?
I accepted that 10 minutes ago, Judge. I do.
So does it mean you lied to us?
No, Judge, I did not lie to you. I did not lie to you. I accept that you may find it hard to believe what I said, but I did not lie to you.
Now, Parliament issued a statement once you said that from October last year until whatever time you saw the email communications, your emails were malfunctioning. Parliament issued a media statement. You are aware of that because you even responded to it, correct? Now, in what Parliament was basically saying, you lied. I'm paraphrasing again, correct?
Yes, Chairperson.
Now, in what it said, it added that each member of Parliament is provided with 3 devices to avert the very problem you were referring to, problems of malfunction with members' devices. So they said each member is provided with 3 devices. Is that factually correct?
That is 100% correct, Chairperson.
Now, when you said that you had problems with your emails, and as a result only became aware of the October 2025 communications only 3 months ago, were you suggesting, that is on the 11th of August this year, were you suggesting that all 3 devices were malfunctioning?
No, Chairperson, not at all.
What were you suggesting?
I can hand you my phone right now, Chairperson, my parliamentary phone. You will not find an email account or WhatsApp on here because I don't use it for that because these things get hacked. I've never used it. Furthermore, Chairperson, Parliament has just received a letter from my attorney demanding that they retract because Parliament told other lies. They said I've never emailed the Speaker regarding the PKTT, and there was another email they denied, and we produced both emails, Chairperson. So we are saying to Parliament that it is not my fault that your techies are not logging the work they do on my laptop. I've said it a little bit earlier, Chairperson and Commissioners, that you can summons, I won't even tell you which technician to summons, you can summons any one of them. They've all worked on my laptop, all of them.
Now, there's a video clip, the response that I've just referred to, which perhaps for completeness will be played right at the end of my engagement with you. In that response, as part of your support for the allegation or averment by you that your laptop was malfunctioning, you say that you've given evidentiary material in that regard to, you say, the media. Is it correct? That
Yes,
you say
Chairperson,
that?
it is.
What media houses did you give this information to?
There's a gentleman at Parliament called Kevin Brandt from ENCA. I sent him the screenshots of the emails that we sent. The rest of it, Chairperson, I'm again inviting the Commission to send someone to ask any one of the technicians at Parliament. It's actually a running joke when I come in there with my laptop because it happens all the time.
Can you please share that with us?
The emails?
Those emails
Yes,
that you shared
definitely.
with the gentleman you are referring to.
Yes, definitely, I have it here. Do I share it now? Because I don't know how to share it now.
During the tea break, perhaps.
No, what I'll do, Chairperson, during the tea break, excuse me, is I will call my office and ask them to email it to the Commission. Is that okay?
And what do those emails demonstrate exactly? Just in summary by you.
The one email, I'm just forgetting, I don't know why I'm forgetting what the other one is, but we have both. The one email relates to my arrest and the PKTT invading Parliament because they arrested me in the parliamentary village. That's an email we sent to the Speaker. It's something that Parliament has denied. And then we produce it.
You say that email relates to your arrest?
Yes, sir. And then, the second email.
Sorry. That's quite recent, and it would not affect the question of you not having seen communications from October 2025.
The second email.
An email about your
Yes, the second email is a lot older. It relates to the Secretary of Parliament and the 100% increase he received, which we sent to the Speaker, and that must have been 18 months or more. And they didn't respond to that either, and they denied receiving that email.
Just a minute. You say the second email does what?
It relates to the 100% increase the Speaker of Parliament is awarded. And we asked the correspondence, and I'm going to speak loosely to the Speaker, is we've been advised to take this to the cops, but we feel Parliament is better equipped to deal with this because it's a parliamentary issue. And that's another email that...
I don't see how that's related to you receiving or not receiving emails, Mr. Adams.
No, then I'm misunderstanding you, Chairperson.
I'm asking you about, you say, you have proof that you had problems with your emails. Your laptop was malfunctioning. So I've asked you for that proof.
Yes.
I've said in your own words, please summarize what that proof is. You referred to an email that concerns your arrest, and you've accepted that that has nothing to do with what I'm engaging you on. Now, when I asked you to go on, you then referred to an email about salary increases, and I'm saying to you, yet again, I don't see the relevance of that email to the question whether your emails or your laptop was malfunctioning.
I now understand your question. I now understand your question, Judge.
Yes.
So the evidence that I have that I didn't make up the laptop story for Madlanga is at the ad hoc committee. I am asked by, I think it was Honorable Nola, why I used the laptop of Honorable Sakina Frenchman to email the minister. And my response, and it's in the transcripts, is that, I actually have the screenshot of it, is that my laptop was freezing. So I walked to the office next door and I asked her, can I please send an urgent email to the minister from your laptop?
When was this?
This was at the ad hoc committee. What date was that? I couldn't tell you the date, but I can find it for you.
This year or last year?
It would have been earlier this year. Earlier this year?
This year.
Much earlier this year.
So but October up to early this year, no similar communication, or do you have any other proof besides that one email?
No, that's the one thing.
Or rather, that one event where you use someone else's.
That's the one event that I can show you to, Chairperson. The rest of it, if the Commission, I will never dream of telling the Commission what to do, but if it pleases the Commission, rather, is to speak to the technicians at Parliament, and they can confirm how many times I've been there with my laptop.
But Mr. Adams, you say in the video clip, and as I say, we're going to play it, you say in the video clip, I have provided proof to the media that I have been raising the issue of my laptop. Do you not say so in that video clip?
But yes, Chairperson, I do.
You do say so.
And that one paragraph, Chairperson, in my view, is evidence of the fact that I've been having problems with my laptop. And that's not the only email I've ever asked Sakina if I can use a laptop. I've done it before, and not necessarily to the minister.
So this, proof is just this one incident.
That is the one incident.
Just the one incident.
Yes, Chairperson.
I have provided proof to the media that I've been having this problem, and you refer to the one incident where you are asked by Mr. Ngola why you are using someone else's laptop, and you give this explanation. That's proof that from October until 3 months ago, you have been having problems with your laptop.
Chairperson, if I may.
Yes.
I've been experiencing problems with that thing since it was given to me. It's not since October, Chairperson.
No, you don't get my question. I'm asking you a slightly different question. You have said, you have given the media proof, and all you are able to point to is one instance where you used another member's laptop for, I think you said, sending an email, you said. You say you have provided proof. I'm saying the context that we are dealing with here, to which you were responding when you responded to Parliament, concerns you not receiving email from October 2025 until only 3 months ago. Do you accept that?
Chairperson,
Do you understand that context?
I understand the context.
Now, it is in that context that I say, you say, I have given proof to the media. For that entire period, October until 3 months ago, the proof, as you call it, relates to one incident when you used another member's
Chairperson, I get you.
laptop.
I do.
That's the proof.
And the issue at hand, Chairperson, is the laptop. So if I may, I can do nothing further until the technicians perhaps confirm to you or refute that I've been having issues.
Please. I'm not asking whether somewhere else you do have the proof. I'm asking you about what you said in response to Parliament. You said you have proof and you've given it to the media. So the proof that you said you had given to the media was just this one instance of you using some other member's laptop. That's this great proof that you said you have in the video clip.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Commissioner, I say it in the ad hoc committee. My laptop was freezing. I understand your frustration.
We are not the. We are not the ad hoc committee, and I'm not engaging you about things that happened at the ad hoc committee. I'm asking you about what you said after your appearance here.
And I'm referring to that simple statement.
After your appearance on the 11th of August.
And I'm referring, Chairperson, if I may, if it's my turn to speak to that simple statement that my laptop was freezing even then. So if that is not proof, Chairperson, then unfortunately, the only people that can confirm anything wrong with my laptop, or if I'm even lying to this commission, are the people that work on it.
Maybe you don't get me. I'm engaging you on a fact that comes out of your mouth when you are being interviewed on TV after your appearance here. I'm not asking you about whether you in fact do have proof lying somewhere. For example, what you may have said at the ad hoc committee, for example, what technicians may say if they were to be called. I'm not saying they will be. I am asking you about what you said after your appearance here. So this proof, and you made this statement quite forcefully and with a lot of confidence. I have proof. I have provided that proof to the media. Proof of what? Proof of your allegation that from October 2025 until only about 3 months ago, your laptop was malfunctioning. So the proof that you alleged to have provided to the media was this one instance of you using another member's laptop. That's all the so-called proof that you provided to the media.
If I may, Chairperson?
Yes.
The allegation, as I understood it, was I had made up the excuse that my laptop malfunctions. The proof I put forward was, it's not the first time that I said it. It's not the first time I've said it publicly. This is not something I made up for Madlanga. That is the context of it, Chairperson.
I'm talking about providing. Were you not talking about providing something physical to the media? When you are speaking there on that video clip and you say, I've provided proof, surely you mean you've given something physical to the media?
Yes, Chairperson.
And I'm going back to my question. So that physical thing that you gave to the media was this one instance
This once, Chairperson.
of you having used another member's laptop?
Yes, Chairperson.
That's all. And that's this proof that you have.
Yes, Chairperson.
And how does that prove that from October of 2025 until 3 months ago, your laptop was malfunctioning?
Chairperson, my laptop has been malfunctioning. There's nothing I personally can do about it. And I think that's all that I can't elaborate any further.
Unfortunately, that's not my question. That's not my question. My question is, how does that one instance of you using someone else's laptop prove that from October 2025 until only 3 months ago in 2026, your laptop was malfunctioning?
I'm afraid it doesn't, Judge.
It does not.
It doesn't.
So what should we make of what you said then? You lied, basically. When you said you have proof, in the context of October 2025 until 3 months ago, in that interview, you basically told a lie when you said you had proof.
Chairperson, it was in the context of I've been lying that there's something wrong with my laptop. That's the context that I provided, the little bit of proof that I had that it wasn't the first time and it wasn't the last time either. That's the context, Chairperson.
You've already accepted that it was not proof. That one instance was not proof of the malfunction of your laptop from October 2025 until 3 months ago in 20. You've accepted that. It's on that basis that I suggest to you that when you told the nation that you actually have proof in the context of what was at issue, which is October 2025 until 3 months ago, when you told the nation that you actually had proof of the malfunction over that period, this being the context, you were untruthful.
Chairperson, I was not. I was not. I cannot accept that.
Where is the truth in that?
Chairperson,
Where is
the truth would be found with the people that work on the laptops. Unfortunately, I don't have the resources to bring them here. I'm telling, Chairperson, if I may?
Please continue.
I'm telling you, Chairperson, that the statement that I made to the media was in the context that I came to Madlanga and I lied to the Commission about my laptop malfunctioning at any given time. It's in that context that I produce the transcripts from the ad hoc and say, yeah, I said it, I think 7 or 8 months ago. There's something wrong with my laptop. It is not for me to sit here and say that, no, I'm unable to access anything because, no, Chairperson. I'm here to tell you that the laptop locks me out of my emails. Sometimes it does not accept my password. Sometimes the thing freezes. And I have no control over it.
I'm afraid I may end up sounding like a scratchy record. You go far and wide and leave what I'm dealing with. What I'm dealing with is quite simple, and I've told you a good few times that it's about what you said was your proof. Not any proof, but proof that you had provided to the media. So anything else that you say about the actual malfunction of your laptop has nothing to do with that so-called proof. That's my focus, and it's in that context, the context of your so-called proof, which happens to be this one instance. In the broader context of you having said you had this malfunction from October 2025 until only 3 months ago. So I'm saying, and you've accepted, bear in mind, that one instance does not provide you with proof of the malfunction of your laptop from October 2025 until only 3 months ago. You've accepted that. So in that context that I say, I suggest to you then, Mr. Adams, and please bear in mind the context, please. It's about the one instance, and it's about the period October 2025 until 3 months ago. So I'm saying, when you said you had provided the media with proof, which you've accepted was not proof, So you were being untruthful. That's a simple suggestion I'm making to you.
The whole story, Commissioner, is that I provided the media with the evidence that I had, that it was not the first time, that I did not make this up for this commission. That is what I provided the media. If, in the opinion of Justice Madlanga, that is not proof, I can only concede it. I can't win a legal argument with a man like you. I'm saying to you, Judge, no, and I'm not being patronizing. I'm saying to you, Judge, that I was accused of lying to you that there was nothing wrong with my laptop. I said, here you go. This thing has been doing it before. I didn't make this up for Madlanga. That's the context of which I'm saying it to you. The way your question is framed, I understand. But I'm asking that you understand what I was trying to say. That's all.
You say that you did say you had evidence, but I asked you here and now to give us that evidence, and the only thing you are able to tell us about is just the one instance when you use someone else's laptop. So whatever other evidence you may have, which you keep referring to, that's not what you said in the context of the TV interview. That interview referred to just this one instance. So in that context, anything else you may have is not relevant to the debate that you and I are having. And it's in the context of our debate or our engagement that I'm suggesting to you that you told an untruth.
No, Chairperson, I will not accept that. I also know it's going to be hard for me to win a debate against you, but I will not accept that. That laptop, as in the time period you mentioned, malfunctioned many times. The only people that can confirm this are the people that work at Parliament. The reason for that press conference was Parliament, excuse me, and I'm just going to step off the topic a little bit. Parliament also inferred that I never emailed the Speaker about the securities increase, and I never emailed about the PKTT. And that is why I called that, and I said Parliament is lying. It is in that context because we have the proof of the lies. It is in that context that I spoke, Chairperson, and those emails you will get at tea time.
None of what you are saying was part of the proof that you say you provided to Parliament. I'm sorry, to the media. None of what you say, none of this detail was part of what you said you had given to the media. Do you accept that?
I do accept that in the context that you frame it, Judge.
I have to frame it.
No, Judge, like I said,
Yes.
if I may, I want to put up a disclaimer. I'm not fighting with any three of you. I'm not going to win. So, in the context that you frame it, I have to accept it.
All right. May I ask that we play that video clip, please?
We are playing it now, Chair.
Like Parliament said themselves, they don't normally issue statements like this, but you know what, in my case they will. However, Parliament has found itself wrong because we've sent those emails. We have the proof of the emails. We've sent them to your editors. Perhaps Parliament will now apologize to me because what they've in actual fact done is they've accused me of lying. Parliament has defamed me. So all we're saying is we've got the proof. We forwarded the proof to the media. We hope the media will publish the proof the same way that they published our Parliament's lies, and let's see how it ends. Ultimately, we've never said anything we can't back up. Whatever we're going to say at Madlanga, we're going to back it up with hard copy. So this is a good time for certain people to start getting worried. Parliament will hear from our attorneys in the course of next week because this is unheard of. You know, when that institution starts defaming people, for whatever political reason they want to, I don't understand. Yeah. We must also remember this is the same Parliament that allowed the PKTT to trample on its sovereignty. So we're stumped. We don't know what's going on here. You know what, I'm not going to play stupid. What's going on here is that it's a mess. Parliament is a mess. The country is a mess. The South African Police Service is a mess. And we all know why. So I'm going to leave it at that before I get into more trouble.
Now, Mr. Adams, your discussion with Mr. Ngola, during which you explained to him why you were using another member's laptop, was that an oral engagement?
It was an oral engagement during my interview process with the ad hoc. I just also want to, I think it's Honorable Ngola, Chairperson, don't hold me to that. It was one of the ANC's members. I think it was
No,
him.
it doesn't matter much. The identity doesn't matter much. So the important thing is that you say that was an oral engagement. Now, and You suggest that that's the only thing thus far that supports you in your view that your emails were malfunctioning. Now,
Laptop, Chairperson, not only emails, laptop.
no, laptop, yes, fine, okay. I guess I'm focusing on emails because that's what we, from where I'm sitting, I'm concerned with. But I will accept.
I just want to.
I'll accept laptop.
I just want, Chairperson, I just want the country to note that one day I'll be able to tell my grandchildren that I corrected Justice Madlanga.
Mr. Adams, now, so that's oral. That engagement with an ANC member of parliament is oral. In that clip, you refer to, open quote, emails, close quote. It is the emails that are the proof which you have provided to the media. I took you step by step to tell us what each one of those emails that constitute your proof says. What does each one of them say? You gave one example. I told you it had nothing to do with the malfunction of your laptop. You gave another one. I've forgotten what the first one was about. You gave another example. I remember the second example related to salary increases. And you and I again agreed that that too had nothing to do with proving that your laptop was malfunctioning. Now, you refer to emails in the plural.
Yes, Chairperson.
Where you landed eventually was just this one incident of you using another member's laptop. So where are the emails, plural,
Chairperson.
that are proof provided
Chairperson.
to the media?
Sorry.
Yes.
It's when you pause, I think you're finished, man.
Where are the
If I may give you
emails?
context, sorry, Chairperson, it's not, I don't mean to interrupt your speech. As you pause, I think you're finished. Maybe to assist me, if you can switch your mic off so I can see the light go off, and then I'll know when to speak. Before you came in front of the entire country again.
I'm a very obedient person. I will take the instructions.
No, Chairperson, it's a suggestion. So just to clear up the confusion between you and I about the emails, that interview you just played, prior to that, the parliamentary spokesperson was telling the country that I was lying when I spoke about the speaker's increase, the secretary's increase, and the email I sent to the PKTT. He said it's highly unlikely, and I quote, that we sent those emails. Those are the emails I'm referring to, Chairperson. Those emails have nothing to do with my laptop. That was me, I need to stop waving. That was me responding to Parliament that I was lying when I said we'd sent emails to Parliament, we can't even get a response, but Parliament can respond to my laptop apparently not being defective. That was the context of the emails, Chairperson.
So the short point then is basically that there's no proof, at least in accordance with that clip. I'm not talking about what you may have said elsewhere and whatever engagements you may have had with the technicians and so on. So that clip is by no means suggesting that there's proof provided to the media that your laptop was malfunctioning. Yes.
Except for the transcript that I took from Madlanga, Chairperson, which in my layman's view constituted evidence until your juristic mind gave me another viewpoint.
What transcript are you referring to?
The transcript from the ad hoc where Honorable Nola and I are engaging regarding the malfunction of my laptop on that said day.
No. I'm referring to the interview. So during the interview and the clip that was played, so there we should not take any reference to proof, to be proof that between October 2025 until 3 months ago, your laptop was malfunctioning. So the proof referred to by you, which proof you said you had given to the media, had nothing to do with proving that from October 2025 until 3 months ago, your laptop was malfunctioning.
Yes, Chairperson.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there is, now that you've addressed those issues, Mr. Adams has submitted two statements. One is the main statement, which is in file 1, and then there is another statement, which is a one-pager. It's called a supplementary statement, which was probably not necessary, but it was submitted nonetheless. And that would be in file 4, Chair. Now, Chair, insofar as the first statement is concerned, there are annexures to that. We're still trying to figure out what the correct annexures are. You would have seen that there's been a back and forth regarding the annexures, and the statement also doesn't speak to the annexures. So where Mr. Adams refers to FAA1, it doesn't correspond with the annexures that he has provided. But we will address that with him again during the tea adjournment. Chair, you will forgive me if I don't recall if you had sworn Mr. Adams in.
I did, thank you, I
Thank you,
did.
Chair. So, Mr. Adams, if I could just ask you in file 1, if you have file 1, it should be your witness statement, and that is page 1264.
Yes, Advocate.
And if you can confirm that that is your signature on page 64.
64.
Which becomes a very important aspect of your evidence today, of course, is your signature. Can you confirm that?
Yes, Advocate, it is mine.
That is your signature. And you confirm the correctness of the statement?
I do.
Okay. And the truthfulness thereof?
I do.
Okay. Then you have another statement, but we'll get to that later because I'm not sure that it is a statement that you said we necessarily have to address. It's just you adding annexures to it. Okay. Now, Chair, Mr. Adams had advised me just before we commenced proceedings that he had received documentation, which he says he received them late, and as a result of that, he had a conversation with his attorney, and his attorney had advised him that he should seek a postponement of his evidence in order for him to consult with his attorney regarding those documents. We did have a discussion with him regarding the documentation that he's referring to, which we say is not our documents from the Commission, it's his own documents, which he provided to us late, and we therefore collated and submitted to him, which he received late. I don't think that we're necessarily on the same page on that, and I would want him to address you, Chair, and then we will address you in answer to what may be a postponement application, which we will oppose as the evidence leaders.
Thank you, Ms. Sigels. Mr. Adams?
Thank you, Chairperson. And again, I apologize for the late submission. Chairperson, there is a little bit, not a whole lot of evidence that came through in the bundle. And as I've indicated to the Commission, because of the time that I left Cape Town to be here timeously and well prepared, I only received that information late yesterday. Well, not late yesterday, it was late morning rather. And my entire network is in Cape Town. My attorney is there, my researchers there, my documentation is there. And I'm not trying I'm not trying to slow down the process, Chairperson. As you know, I'm here as a willing witness. But my attorney has advised me to rather speak to him before I make and ask if we can make a late submission on that, rather than respond to that right here, right now. If that pleases the
Yeah, I think the antecedent question is this. Is it correct, as Ms. Sigels says, that these documents are your own documents and that all that the evidence leaders did was just to collate the documents and to send them back to you?
If I can just clear that confusion, Chairperson.
Yes.
Remember the first batch of documents came in at 12 p.m. on Monday, and then the second 12 a.m. on Monday, sorry. The second batch of documents came in at 1:30. So as they were all sent to me at more or less the same time. So the first document I opened was from the Commission. So I assumed that everything was from the Commission, and I sent it off to my attorney, and he said to me, we need to consult before you talk on this. So that is why I'm saying, Chairperson, just because of, it's not a lot. I've actually gone through it, but there are certain aspects that I would if the Commission allows, prefer to consult with my attorney first.
I want to understand what is at issue now. Is it your own documents or not?
I'm not concerned about my documents, Chairperson. Those are mine. I'm talking about the few other additions that came from the Commission.
And you say those came when?
Well, I received them all at about somewhere between 12 and 1:30 because they were coming in bit by bit because of the size of the files.
When was this?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. How many pages?
Well, in all, if you take my documents out, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head. It's like, what are they, Advocate Lee? It's not a very lot, but like I say, my attorney has advised that we should speak first. So I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, Judge. I'm asking for guidance here.
But I would imagine your lawyer must understand that with something like this, there are certain pressures, and the lawyer cannot just relax and say, ask for a postponement, and I want to consult with you. The upshot of which is that we should then postpone. That cannot be had merely for the asking.
There's no argument from my side, Justice. I'm asking, this is a request. That's all.
Let me finish. Especially if, as you say, the documents are not much at all. So the attorney could not just relax and say, just ask for a postponement. I want to consult with you. But let me hear. Are you finished with your submissions in this?
I am.
Yes, Mr.
Chair, may I just address you on the documents that the Commission submitted to Mr. Adams on Monday, so that you can see that what we've given Mr. Adams are extracts from the 9 what we call IDAC exhibit bundles. And we did that because we don't need to deal with all 9 files with Mr. Adams. His evidence is limited to his involvement in these IDAC matters. And maybe it would be best if I do that with reference to the index, the consolidated index, just to demonstrate to the commissioners that what we've provided Mr. Adams is really nothing new, and to the extent that there is anything new, it is something that he can deal with because it relates to his A1 statements that he prepared in the various criminal complaints that he lodged regarding these IDAC matters. So, Chair, what we did was we created a core bundle. Most of it is contained in what you now have is file 9B. And the additional documents, I want to start with the index. At item 33 of the index, the consolidated index, which we will flight the index as well. Somebody can assist him with the index.
I'm trying to think where's item 33.
Chair, the index should also be again in file 9B.
Where's item 33?
There should be a consolidated index in the front of file 9B. Do you have file 9B?
I do.
Okay, so the first page on file 9B should be an index to exhibit bundle.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you.
Do the commissioners have the consolidated index? So, Chair, on page 2 is item 33, which we've added to the core bundle. That is Mr. Adams' section 27 affidavit, which has been prominent in these proceedings. That is what we included in the core bundle. And then item 37 and 38, but only pages 681 to 684 of item 37, which is Mr. Adams' A1 statement in that docket. And you'll see that 37 is quite voluminous, but we've only extracted from that his statement, 681 to 684. Item 38, which is also just his statement.
Sorry, the limit in the page number 681 to 68 what?
It just 684, so it's 4 pages, Chair.
Was there a way in which Mr. Adams would have been aware of the cutoff point, the 684?
It was just the A1 statements, so we just provided him with the A1 statements which are relevant to his evidence.
All right, okay.
Ms. Ncube, does it mean the rest of, and that applies to everything that you're referring to, does it mean the rest of that item 37 came from him?
37 is our IDAC original exhibit bundles that we've been utilizing throughout the IDAC stream. All that we did was we extracted pages 681 to 684 because it's his A1 statement in that exhibit, and we wanted to address that statement with him only, not the remainder of the docket. And that is what we extracted for purposes of him knowing what it is that we're going to deal with. Rather than give him 4,000 pages, most of which are irrelevant for his evidence, we only gave him what would be necessary for his evidence. And that is, so the page 681 to 684 is his A1 statement in that case number, and 38 the same, it's 2611 to 2614 of that bundle. And then on page, item 71 to 78, those are also all A1 statements. 71, 72, and 73 are Mr. Adams' A1 statements, which were given to him. And then 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78, those up to 77 are the supplementary affidavits. You will recall that was commissioned in Cape Town on the 6th of January, 2025. Those were included there. And then item 78, which is the Langlaagte case docket.
Each one of which is a
Of
very
this-
short,
Very short, Chair. You can see from the page numbers, it's 2 pages each. I think there's one that's 3 pages. And then item 78 is Langlaagte documents relating to the Langlaagte matter, which is the forklift matter, which also Mr. Adams would be aware of that. That's what we included in the bundle. Then item 80. Item 80 would be a new document, but it is the section 28, 6 or 7 subpoena, 6 and 7 summons that was issued by under Advocate Johnson's name, although she was not the signatory of that document. I think it was Advocate Manilal, where you will recall, Chair, it was a summons that was served on the Acting National Commissioner in May 2026, asking for the details of the members of the PKTT that had executed Mr. Adams' arrest. So that was included because Mr. Adams takes umbrage regarding his arrest, and this document would then be relevant as to his arrest and whether information was requested regarding the arresting members, the members that arrested him. So that would be a new document for him. But you will see, Chair, it's not a lengthy document, and it really is only to find out to what extent he knows or has any knowledge regarding that process. Then item 84, Chair, it's a SAPS report. This relates to Mr. Adams' dockets. You will recall that he had indicated he had lodged complaints when it appeared to him that his dockets had been intercepted. So those reports, although it may be a new document for him, although I don't think that it is a new document that he would have seen, but it's certainly something that we provided to him, that not that he provided it to us, but it relates to his cases and the reports that were submitted by various SAPS entities regarding his criminal complaints.
And how many pages? On the index, it looks like a lot.
It contains, Commissioner Baloy, it also...
The chair says 66 pages.
Yes, but it contains his affidavits as well, his A1 statements. So the report itself is about 12 pages, and from there we have his A1 statements as well, because you can't read the report without the A1 statements. We'll flight it so that you can see that the majority of that document is actually his A1 statements. And importantly, what's also contained in there is the A1 statements that were signed on the 6th of January 2025, which we want to ask Mr. Adams about, which Mr. Perumal had, the Perumal affidavits versus the Mr. Rapesu affidavits that we want to ask him about. And then in file 10-2, there are just, it's one document, which is the letter from the Inspector General to Minister Mkhunu that we had dealt with Advocate Ramsamy. It was the letter where the IGI was submitting the report to the then Minister of Police. And that is really just a document that we want to ask Mr. Adams if he's aware of that report, because he does make certain allegations about him requesting the report and not receiving a response. And then in file 10-1, Chair, it's item 12, which is a docket summary report by Advocate Ramsamy. She did take us through that report where she had taken the Orlando dockets that Mr. Adams had opened and given her assessment of those documents. That becomes relevant because Mr. Adams suggests that Ms. Ramsamy didn't have the same view about the merits of his case. In his statement, he says she had a different view about the merits of his case. So we've added that summary, that report there. And those are, and then it's what is contained in file 9B, Chair, which, if I could just take you back to the main index.
Where are we going now?
It's number 85 on the main index. It's an extract of the statement of witness G. And you will see there's only one aspect that relates to Mr. Adams, and it is the opening of his cases in Orlando. It's one paragraph of that statement which we've submitted. Then there is CJC 399D, email correspondence. This just again relates to witness G and the relationship between witness G and General Khan. And then item 87 is a document that Mr. Adams referred to, which we've sourced and attached, which is a national instruction on media communication within SAPS. Mr. Adams questions General Mkwanazi's authority to have called the press conference of 6 July 2025, and he references this national instruction as being, I think what he's suggesting is that General Mkwanazi did not comply with this national instruction. So he will have to tell us what aspect of the national instruction he wants to refer us to. We've just provided the document. Then finally, the next item, which is also 87, that must be corrected, is MK15 and MK16, which is really a repeat of what is contained at item 84, which is again just reports about the statements of Mr. Adams, his cases, and what SAPS did to investigate his cases. He would be familiar with that. And then finally, 88 is just his transcript from the ad hoc committee. Is evidence that or his testimony at the ad hoc committee, which we've attached, and that's about 64 pages. But again, there'll be limited usage of it when necessary. So that is what was provided to him on Monday. And as you will see, Chair, the majority of it are his A1 statements, affidavits that he submitted. And we say that on that basis, there would be no need for him to consult with his attorneys on that. He's well aware of the statements that he's made. But insofar as there are documents that, for example, the information note that deals with investigations or reports that were made, he may want to consider that. I don't think that we'll necessarily get to that today. He can certainly take the afternoon to go through that. It doesn't really involve him because it's SAPS reporting to SAPS about what was done to investigate the claims that was made by Mr. Adams.
So you referred to this afternoon. Did you mean overnight?
Overnight, Chair,
overnight.
Yes. When we adjourn for the day, yes.
All right. Is that not fair enough, Mr. Adams?
Chairperson, it would be if my attorney was here. Unfortunately, I can't afford to fly and house him here. So it puts me at a slight prejudice. But let me see what I can do, because I want this thing to get over with. So.
Yeah, you see, what I understand from Ms. Striggers-Ncube is that what happens today will not get to the documents which are not your documents, and that overnight that should afford you ample opportunity to then consult with your attorney. The other documents are as Ms. Sigels says, your own documents, your A1 statements and so on and so on.
I will just ask the Commission just to understand that these are documents I haven't seen in over 18 months, so it's not as if I wrote it down this morning, but the point is taken, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's
Thank you, Chair.
start.
I agree with Commissioner Baloyi, Chair.
Let's take the adjournment then and resume at 11:30. Let's adjourn.
How long are we adjourned for? How long are we adjourned for?
One, two. All right, it's 29 minutes past 11. We are ready to resume. Please make sure again that your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sigels.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we'll now begin with Mr. Adams' statement. What I propose, Chair, you'll see that it's a 64-page document, and if we were to go through the entire document, I don't think we'll finish in this week to finish on the 64 pages. I had a discussion with Mr. Adams as to how we'll deal with it, and he doesn't put anything in any particular sequence. So I suggested to him that I would go to the relevant topics because I think everything from page 1 to page 131 is probably irrelevant, most of it irrelevant for purposes of our terms of reference. The remaining 30 pages may have some relevance, and we'll obviously seek a lot of clarity from Mr. Adams there because he's very thin on dates and detail insofar as his involvement is concerned on these topics, but there are topics that are relevant. I have said to Mr. Adams, I don't want to restrict him from what he wants to say, but it must be within our terms of reference. It must be relevant to what we are dealing with, and to the extent that he makes allegations where he doesn't have the evidence to back it up in these proceedings, then we really shouldn't deal with it unless he invites us to then interrogate him on the merits of whether he does have the evidence or not. He's agreed that he will be guided by me insofar as the flow is concerned, so chronologically, but he will give his evidence, rather than read the statement, he will give his evidence in his own words. I think that will go quicker, Chair, insofar as that is concerned. If it isn't, then we will ask him to read, but trust me, I've engaged with him. If he reads, he's still going to elaborate. So I'm trying to take the lesser of the two evils.
Maybe let's start and see how it goes.
So, Chair, you'll see that his personal background appears on page 10. And I think that is the place where he should probably start. So if he chooses to read, he may do so. But from my engagement with him, it seems like it's easier if he just summarizes. But We'll be guided by Mr. Adams for the time being, and then if we feel that it's not working out, we can then give some guidance. So it's on page 10 of your statement, Mr. Adams. It's personal background. Do you have it? Do you have it?
I have it.
Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you, Advocate, Commissioners. My personal background, I was born and raised in the Cape Flats in the Western Cape, where I spent the overwhelming majority of my life living, working and engaging with the communities that form the subject of much of the evidence before this Commission. I am by occupation a construction worker and a small business owner. Before entering public life, I operated a business that employed members from my local community. My involvement in community affairs developed through my day-to-day interaction with residents who were affected by poverty, violent crime, gang activity, and what I perceive to be failures by public institutions to respond effectively to those challenges. My early life was not without hardship. Like many young people growing up on the Cape Flats during the period, I experienced circumstances that exposed me to criminality, gangsterism, and substance abuse. Through the support of my family and my own determination, I was able to overcome those challenges, establish a lawful livelihood, and devote my efforts to community service. I mention these matters not to seek sympathy, but because they explain my understanding of the social conditions that continue to affect many communities in the Cape Flats, and that is why I became actively involved in public affairs. My involvement in civic activities arose from concerns regarding the socio-economic conditions experienced by communities on the Cape Flats, particularly the impact of violent crime, gang activity, and corruption, and what I perceive to be failures of public administration. Those concerns ultimately led to my participation in various community initiatives aimed at promoting accountability within government and law enforcement institutions. I was one of the founding members of the civic movement known as Gatful Capetonian. The movement was established to advocate on behalf of communities that believed themselves to be disadvantaged in matters relating to public administration, service delivery, employment, and policing. Through that work, I became involved in engaging with government departments, oversight institutions, law enforcement agency, and elected representatives concerning matters of public accountability. My subsequent election to public office, first as a councillor and later as a member of parliament, substantially expanded my responsibilities and access to information concerning the functioning of state institutions. Those offices also impose upon me statutory and constitutional responsibility to exercise oversight over the executive and organs of state, to raise matters of public concern, and to report allegations of maladministration, corruption, and unlawful conduct where appropriate. Over time, my public responsibility brought me into contact with numerous complaints relating to policing, organized crime, firearms control, procurement, intelligence structures, and alleged political interference in law enforcement. In many instances, I considered it my duty to refer to such matters as the appropriate investigated or oversight authorities rather than attempting to investigate them personally. These referrals, together with my interactions with the relevant institutions, form an important part of the evidence that follows. It is important to emphasize that this statement is not an attempt to recount every matter with which I have been involved during my public life. I've confined myself to those matters that are relevant to the Commission's terms of reference, or which provide the necessary factual context for understanding my subsequent interactions with SAPS, the PKTT, crime intelligence, oversight bodies, other institutions referred to in the statement, and my efforts to expose fraud and corruption within government structures. My evidence should therefore be understood against the background of an individual who has over many years consistently engaged with public institutions concerning allegations of corruption, maladministration, and failure of accountability. Whether those allegations are ultimately established is a matter for this Commission and other competent authorities other competent authorities it was meant to end with to decide, My purpose is to explain what I personally observed, what I reported, what responses I received, and how those events culminated in the matters now before this Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Then the next one, topic on page 13, public offices and anti-corruption work flows from there.
Thank you, Advocate, Commissioners. My election as a councillor in the city of Cape Town significantly expanded my responsibilities In that capacity, I was required to exercise oversight over municipal administration, scrutinize procurement processes, consider complaints received from members of the public, and raise concerns regarding governance, financial management, and compliance with the law. During my tenure as councillor, I became involved in a number of matters concerning alleged procurement irregularities, public contracting, firearm management, municipal administration, and the conduct of public officials. In many instances, I did not seek to investigate those matters personally. Rather, I referred these complaints to SAP's specialized investigative units or other competent oversight bodies for investigation and determination. I subsequently became a member of Parliament. In that capacity, my constitutional responsibility included the oversight of executive and organs of state, participation in parliamentary committees, engagement with law enforcement institutions, and consideration of matters affecting public administration and national governance. My parliamentary responsibility serving on the Police Portfolio Committee brought me into regular contact with senior officials within the SAPS, the Civilian Secretariat for Police Services, the Independent Police Investigator Directorate, the Inspector General of Intelligence, and the National Prosecuting Authority, and other institutions responsible for policing, intelligence, and accountability. As part of my parliamentary functions, I received complaints, documentation, and information from members of the public, whistleblowers, public officials, and other interested persons. I just wish to pause, Commissioners. It should say, as part of my parliamentary functions and my duties as a councillor at the time. Sorry for that. I regarded it as my responsibility to distinguish, as far as reasonably possible, between allegations capable of immediate verification and allegations required investigation by the competent authorities. Where I consider there to have been sufficient basis for concern, I refer the matters to the relevant investigating body or oversight body, rather than to seek to determine the merits myself. Over time, a number of complaints that I have referred related directly or indirectly to matters concerning organized crime, policing, intelligence structures, the PKTT, crime intelligence, alleged political interference in law enforcement, and the integrity of criminal investigations. It is those interactions and the responses I've received from relevant institutions that are principally relevant to the work of this Commission. I emphasize that my evidence before this Commission is not founded upon political affiliation or ideological disagreement with any person or institution. Nor do I ask the Commission to accept allegations merely because I've reported them. My evidence is founded upon personal involvement in making complaints, engaging with state institutions, receiving official responses, obtaining documentation, and participating in oversight processes over a number of years. Throughout my public career, I have consistently adopted the approach that allegations of corruption or unlawful conduct should, wherever possible, be referred to the institutions established by law to investigate them. The matters described in the following sections of this statement should therefore be understood against the background of my long-standing engagement with the issues of public accountability and my official interactions with institutions whose conduct now falls in whole or part within this Commission's mandate.
And then, Mr. Adams, if you can go to page 3 of your statement, where the heading is Statement to the Commission regarding my activism.
I now understand what you say about the
flow.
The flow. Sorry, Advocate. My statement to the Commission regarding my activism. I respectfully submit that this Commission is one of the most consequential commissions in the history of this country. Its recommendations may reverberate long after we are no longer here and may have significant consequences for law enforcement and the manner in which South Africans engage with law enforcement institutions. I was extremely fearful and concerned about the possible effect of this Commission on future whistleblowers and their willingness to report maladministration, corruption, and malfeasance. I now believe that some of those concerns have been misplaced. I recognize how necessary this Commission has been for this country and how important it is that individuals who were previously regarded as untouchable are now being held to account. Commissioners, we are in trouble. South Africa is in trouble and our communities are in trouble with the absence of effective and properly functioning law enforcement institutions. To illustrate the nature of the challenge, I wish to provide what I understand to be the prevailing perceptions and criminal challenges in each province. KZN is associated with hitmen, protection rackets, political killings, and related organized criminal activity. The Eastern Cape is associated with extortion, kidnapping, political patronage, taxi violence, and related criminality. Limpopo is associated with vehicle theft, illegal migration, illegal mining, and related criminal activity. The Free State is associated with cross-border livestock theft and tender-related criminality. The Western Cape is associated with gangsterism and violent crime. Gauteng is associated with various forms of organized criminal activity, including construction, mining, water, taxi, cash in transfer, and tender-related crime. The Northern Cape is associated with more sophisticated forms of criminal activity, including political gangsterism, tender-related criminality, and political patronage. Mpumalanga is associated with coal mining-related criminal activity and tender-related criminal activity. The Northwest is associated with tender-related criminality and political patronage. A common denominator across these provinces is the political patronage system upon which, in my view, criminal networks rely. This remains a hidden hand in certain tender processes and may be connected to the killing and intimidation of whistleblowers. South Africa experiences thousands of violent protests every year by people demanding basic services. These protests have become increasingly violent. I was once asked by a foreigner, it was a white foreigner, just for the record, why people in South Africa burn libraries, schools, and universities when those are the very institutions needed to prepare communities for the future. My response to him was that many people are losing hope and do not foresee a future for themselves. Protest action has become for many the only time when they feel that they are seen and heard. In another country, the scale of these protests might be described as revolutionary. However, our government has, in my view, desensitized the public to the situation by referring to such incidents as service delivery protests, therefore making them appear normal. When certain Latin American countries, including El Salvador, Colombia, Nicaragua, and Panama, were described as narco states, drug dealers and gangsters exercised significant influence over the state. Politicians were allegedly bought or influenced to pursue the interests of cartels, including protecting them from prosecution and imprisonment. Haiti today is regarded as a failed state by many observers because the government has lost significant control over parts of the country and criminal gangs have taken control of territory and institutions. Commissioners, the elements that could render South Africa a criminal state are, in my view, increasingly documented through daily incidents and publicly reported activity. There remain institutions, including the judiciary, business organizations, and committed men and women within law enforcement who constitute an important bulwark against criminal elements overrunning the country. Every day we read reports concerning drug seizures, criminals allegedly controlling government institutions or tenders, politicians accused of bribery and corruption, and the weakening of the institutions that are supposed to constitute the last line of defense. I believe that the chaos currently experienced in this country is in some instances calculated and driven by various forces seeking to make the country ungovernable through an unmitigated wave of criminality. The community that I represent, a few weeks ago, experienced approximately 170 killings, which is worse than the situation in most war zones. Yet many of these people remain voiceless. The community I represent happens to be predominantly colored, and in my view, has been marginalized and disenfranchised by a failing law enforcement system. Commissioners, I was branded a racist and a colored nationalist when I formed the National Colored Congress. I reject that characterization. I come from an ANC family and have taken up many causes affecting vulnerable communities. I have, amongst other matters, taken up the case regarding the Sandisa Makaka matter because I believe that his mother and brother deserve answers concerning those responsible for his killing. There are many other cases from the Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal, in respect of which I have been approached for assistance because communities believe that law enforcement agencies are not doing their jobs or have closed cases prematurely. When I inquire such matters, I'm often told that an investigation is ongoing and that I cannot interfere with it. Commissioners, I make no apology for trying to be a voice for my community. I make no apology for listening to my community, and I make no apology for exposing those who I believe are hiding behind a wall of silence. South Africa previously had a functioning criminal intelligence capability. In many communities, one can reasonably expect that somebody knows who committed which crime. I cannot say that with the same confidence today. In my view, crime intelligence deteriorated significantly during the period associated with former National Commissioner Jackie Salebi, and I believe that this deterioration was not accidental. I further believe that successive leadership structures within the SAPS have in some instances been compromised, suspended, or incompetent, therefore serving political interests rather than the interests of effective law enforcement. Crime intelligence funds became, in my view, another slush fund or source of patronage and employment for friends and family, particularly during the period associated with Richard Ndluli, the former head of crime intelligence. The anti-gang unit in the Western Cape was allocated a budget of 7 million rand to fight gangsterism, whereas crime intelligence has a budget of 600 million rand. Commissioners, if one wishes to destroy a country's law enforcement capability, one only needs to destroy its ability to detect crime. This was evident during the unrest and looting in 2021, when crime intelligence, in my view, failed this country. This was also reflected by various reports concerning KwaZulu-Natal, which was headed at the time by Brigadier Kumalo, the current head of crime intelligence. Commissioners, I have paid a heavy personal price for my outspokenness and activism. The toll on my family has been immense, and the emotional trauma experienced by my children has affected their social and their school lives. My mother is elderly and sickly and had to witness some of the events, particularly my arrest. My salary and my privilege as a member of parliament have on occasions been withdrawn, affecting my responsibilities towards my family. I have regularly been threatened with arrest, even before appearing before this commission. I was warned that I would be arrested after my appearance. And to be frank, Commissioners, if that indeed is true, I don't care. My most recent arrest was, in my view, not merely intended to embarrass me, but also to silence me. I regarded it as a final warning to shut up and to know my place. But Commissioners, I can assure you that every time a mother, a child, a sister or aunt dies in my community, I will attempt to be their voice.
Then, Mr. Adams, the next topic, history of my interaction with the various matters discussed at the Madlanga Commission.
Thank you,
Page
Advocate.
7.
Thank you, Commissioners. This statement is not intended to constitute political commentary, argument, or submissions on the ultimate issues that the Commission is required to determine. Those determinations fall exclusively within the Commission's mandate. My purpose is to place before this Commission the factual basis for my knowledge, my actions, and the concerns that I have reported to various state institutions over a matter of years. For many years, I have, in different capacities, reported allegations of corruption, maladministration, abuse of public office, and irregular conduct of organs of state, law enforcement agencies, and oversight bodies. Some of those complaints concern matters that overlap with the work of this Commission. Others provide necessary context to explain how I came to possess certain information, why I engaged with particular officials and institutions, and why I subsequently became involved in matters concerning the political task team, the PKTT, crime intelligence, and related investigations. I recognize that many of the matters referred to in the statement remain the subject of ongoing investigations or pending legal proceedings. Nothing in the statement should be understood as expressing a concluded finding or criminal or civil liability against any individual. Where I refer to allegations, complaints, or investigations, I do so because they form part of the factual chronology of evidence relevant to my evidence. I identify the status of those matters wherever I am able to do so. Where reference is made to annexures, those annexures are intended to corroborate or contextualize the facts set out in the statement. They include correspondence, official records, complaints, court documents, transcripts, recordings, and other contemporaneous material generated before or during the events described herein. Before addressing the factual matters that form the subject of this evidence, I consider it important to explain the approach I have adopted in presenting my evidence. Over a number of years, I have been an activist, a community leader, elected public representative, and a member of parliament. In those capacities, I have frequently spoken publicly on matters of corruption, organized crime, policing, governance, and public accountability. Those engagements have necessarily involved political debate, public advocacy, and expression of opinions concerning the matters of public importance. I appreciate that my role before this Commission is fundamentally different. I appear before the Commission as a witness and not as an advocate, commentator, or politician. I fully recognize that the Commission's function is to make findings based upon reliable evidence rather than rhetoric, opinion, or political persuasion. I have therefore sought to present my evidence in a manner that assists the Commission in discharging its mandate. Throughout the statement, I have endeavored to distinguish carefully between the facts that I personally witnessed, the actions that I took, the information communicated to me by identifiable individuals which I identify as such, and opinions or concerns that are held relevant at the time where those opinions are necessary to explain my conduct or my actions. I do not ask the Commission to accept any allegation merely because I've made it. Where documentary or other corroborating evidence exists, I have identified. Where investigations remain pending, I have attempted to indicate the fact. Where I rely upon information obtained by others, I identify the source wherever I am able to do so. I also recognize that some of the matters referred to in the statement are or have been the subject of criminal investigations, civil litigation, or other processes. Where I express concerns, suspicions, or inferences, I do so because they explain why I've acted as I did, why I referred matters to the relevant authorities. I respectfully leave the determination of the facts and the drawing of ultimate conclusions to this Commission. I understand that my evidence, like that of every witness, must withstand scrutiny. I welcome that scrutiny. It is in that spirit and with due regard to the solemnity of these proceedings that I place the following evidence before this Commission.
Then the next topic is on page 15, but I propose that we not go through this topic. It's a duplication of what you deal with on page 18 onwards. So it's really a summary of the allegations. It's called Nature of Complaints Made Over the Years, and then you deal with it in detail from page 18. I would suggest that you just read paragraph 125 on page 18 into the record.
Thank you, Advocate. Commissioners, I respectfully submit there is not any single complaint that is significant. Rather, it is the cumulative pattern of interactions within state institutions, the responses that were provided to me, the investigations that followed, and the events that ultimately culminated in my own interactions with the PKTT, crime intelligence, and the matters now before this investigation. Before this Commission, excuse me.
Then the next topic, engagement with law enforcement agencies and oversight institutions.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, Commissioners. Throughout my public life, I've consistently adopted the view that allegations of criminal misconduct, corruption, or abuse of public office should be reported to the institutions established by law to investigate such matters. I have therefore sought wherever reasonably possible to utilize official reporting mechanisms rather than attempting to investigate or determine such matters myself. In the ordinary course of my work as a community activist councillor and later a member of parliament, I engaged with numerous law enforcement and oversight institutions. Those engagements arose from complaints made by members of the public, information that came into my possession, matters uncovered during oversight work, and documentary material that appeared to disclose possible criminal or unlawful conduct. On many occasions in the Parliamentary Committee, I sought to hold SAP's management accountable for various issues. The records of Parliament will reflect those engagements. For the purposes of this statement, and having regard for the limited time available to me, I will concentrate on issues that have subsequently come to the attention of the Commission. It has been deeply frustrated because, in my experience, the Portfolio Committee on which I serve sometimes fails to hold the SAP's management adequately accountable and instead permitted SAP's management to obfuscate, avoid questions, or rely upon standard answers such as "we cannot answer the question because it is under investigation," "we cannot answer the question because of security-related matters." On a previous occasion, I asked the National Commissioner how many members of his family worked in his office and whether those persons had gone through the proper appointed process. On the 18th of September 2024, I asked the National Commissioner General Fani Masimola to explain why Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo had been permitted to purchase a redundant cell phone grabber. No satisfactory response was provided. Please see Annexure FAA1. Page 8. In my view, the National Commissioner was permitted to avoid accounting to the Portfolio Committee concerning this matter. However, Brigadier Tiani Shlongweni has subsequently articulated reasons why, in his view, public funds have been wasted. This does not excuse what I believe to be a failure to account to the Portfolio Committee. Just for noting purposes, our Commissioners, Brigadier Tiani Shlongweni was the CFO for the crime intelligence, what is called the slush fund. On 12 March 2025, I asked the National Commissioner about the top-level security clearances of senior SAPS officials. This included the issue of Lieutenant General Kumalo, whose first security clearance was allegedly fraudulently obtained. Please see Annexure FAA2. On 19th February 2025, I asked the National Commissioner to please provide to the Portfolio Committee the names of generals, including provincial heads, who lacked appropriate security clearance. Despite the National Commissioner's assurance that the information would be provided to the committee, to my knowledge, it never was. Please see Annexure FAA3. At the same meeting, on 19 February 2025, I asked the National Commissioner about the lack of media attention concerning case number 1/11/2024 relating to an incident in which more than 100 million rands worth of mandrax was allegedly found and no media statement was issued. Please see Annexure FAA3. General Abia responded that the clandestine laboratory was under investigation. The last known status of this case reflected firearms and made no mention of drugs. If I may just expand on this issue just a little bit, and why I took this kind of personally. In KZN, on 19 February 2025, a Cape Town-based drug team uncovered a laboratory in KZN. They confiscated 100 million rands worth of drugs, mandrax. Now, in my view, the South African Police Services needs all the positive publicity it can get. This should have been a cause for celebration. They never reported it to the media, and certain people are saying that they were told not to speak about it. When I asked this question, I was told it was under investigation. The current status of that docket now, right now, speaks of firearms, no mention of drugs. Why I take this personally, Commissioners? It is a known fact that mandrax, it was the tablet that was used to enslave the Cape Flats. To this day, I would say 80% of mandrax sold in this country is sold right there where I live. Those drugs disappeared to be sold to our children. That is why I took that personally. I've also raised the issue of property purchase in Musgrave, KwaZulu-Natal. My concern was that crime intelligence did not have a mandate to procure properties outside the prescribed process, and that to my knowledge, there had been no deviation or approval. I further raised concerns that the property price appeared to be significantly inflated. On 15 September 2025, I emailed the Inspector General, IGI, concerning the matter. A complaint had been lodged, and the IGI subsequently confirmed to me that he had completed his investigation and the final report had been provided to the Minister of Police. Please say Annexure FAA4. I requested of the IGI a copy of the report. The IGI, I think I was stupid with that, but anyway, the IGI informed me that it was not possible or lawful to provide such a copy to me. I accepted that. I subsequently contacted Minister Nkunu, but did not receive a response. At that stage, I became concerned that there might be a cover-up of this report. Please say Annexure FAA5. Depending upon the nature of the complaint, I referred matters to SAPS, specialized investigative units within SAPS, the WARCS, the NPA, IPID, the IGI, parliamentary committees, and other competent oversight bodies. My purpose in referring these matters is never to determine guilt or innocence. Rather, it is to ensure that allegations which appeared to disclose possible criminality or serious administration were investigated by the authorities entrusted by law with those responsibilities. Excuse me. In many instances, my involvement concluded once a complaint had been submitted together with the documentation that was available to me. In other matters, I was requested to provide further information, clarify aspects of the complaint, produce documents, identify witnesses, or cooperate with investigators. Commissioners, in some cases, I'm unable to receive the further information. For instance, the source may say to me, I'll get you that, and then he's unable to. Or the source may turn around and say, please don't mention my name. So in some cases, I do lay charges, and unfortunately nothing is able to happen. My level of involvement, therefore, vary depending upon the nature of complaint and the responsibility of the investigating authority. During these engagements, I became familiar with the manner in which different investigative and oversight institutions responded to complaints of corruption and organized crime. Some complaints were investigated promptly, others were referred between institutions, and some appeared to progress slowly or not at all. I do not suggest that every delay or outcome was improper. I merely record my observations because they form part of the factual background against which the matters now before this commission have developed. As the number of complaints increased over time, I observed that certain investigations begin to overlap. Matters involving organized crime, firearms, procurement irregularities, intelligence structures, and policing increasingly involve recurring institutions, officials, or investigative structures. It was through these recurring interactions that I became aware of issues relating to crime intelligence, the PKTT, and allegations of interference with criminal investigations. I wish to make it clear that I did not ask the Commission to infer wrongdoing merely because I lodged complaints or because investigations are initiated. The existence of a complaint is not proof that it is true. My evidence concerns the fact that complaints were made, the information upon which they are based, the responses I received from the relevant institutions, and the events that follows. In several instances, I retained copies of correspondence, acknowledgements of receipt, emails, affidavits, recordings, and other contemporaneous documents generated during my engagement with the relevant authorities. Some of those documents have been preserved, were available, and annexed to this statement, or will be made available to the Commission as we have it. They provide an objective record of many of the interactions described in the chapters that will follow. I again apologize for documents that I may have omitted. Such omissions were not deliberate, but have resulted from circumstances sometimes beyond my control. My engagement with these institutions was not confined to reporting complaints. In my capacity as a Member of Parliament, I also exercised parliamentary oversight by posing questions, participating in committee proceedings, scrutinizing reports, and engaging directly with senior officials concerning matters falling within their respective mandates, including in terms of Section 55.2 and 56 of the Constitution. These engagements frequently provide additional context for complaints that have already been referred through formal law enforcement channels. As a source of further information, I also conducted parliamentary oversight visits in accordance with the National Assembly Rule 201.6, where I received complaints regarding further investigation or oversight. In the chapters that follow, I deal with each of the principal engagements separately, identifying the chronology of events, the institutions involved, the documents relied upon, the responses received, and where applicable, the significance of those events to the Commission's term of reference.
Then, still on page 23, the next topic, complaints concerning crime intelligence. There are some complaints that are historic that don't really relate to the issues that you were asked to address. So at some point, I'm going to ask you to skip some paragraphs. But you can start with 169.
With respect, Advocate, if I may ask on this paragraph, if I may be allowed to read everything into the record.
Okay.
Thank you very much. My concerns concerning crime intelligence. Crime intelligence is at the heart of the fight against crime. And this is, in my view, the pulse of policing in relation to crime prevention and detection. A malfunctioning crime intelligence unit has extremely far-reaching consequences for the fight against crime, as is evident from the current situation. In my view, crime intelligence in South Africa, particularly since 2000, has been used for various purposes, including political battles, patronage, and the maladministration of slush funds. I believe this was perfected during the period associated with Richard Mdluli. In my view, crime intelligence operated on a nepotistic basis involving jobs for friends and family, and at times functioned more like a glorified employment agency. I have attached an example of nepotism in Annexure FAA26. Numerous reports have previously been commissioned concerning crime intelligence and its weaknesses, but in my view, insufficient action was taken to eradicate the problems that have developed. Crime intelligence, in my view, requires a complete overhaul, together with a structured approach to the execution of its mandate. Unfortunately, it appears to me that Lieutenant General Khumalo has followed in the footsteps of the former leadership within crime intelligence. This chapter deals with my interactions with and concerns relating to crime intelligence and the associated intelligence structures within the SAPS. The matters described herein do not arise from a single event. Rather, they develop progressively over a period of time through complaints received by me, documentation that came into my possession, my engagement with oversight institutions, and my interactions with members of law enforcement. My interest in matters relating to crime intelligence arose in the course of performing my duties as a councillor and later as a Member of Parliament. During that period, I increasingly encountered allegations suggesting that intelligence structures were becoming relevant to complaints involving organized crime, policing, political interference, and the administration of criminal investigations. I regard crime intelligence as having been a festering open wound that has continued to attract undesirable and in some cases criminal activities since approximately the year 2000, although similar problems may have existed to a lesser extent even before then. In my view, successive heads of crime intelligence were selected in circumstances that gave rise to concerns regarding political influence and accountability. During this period, the crime intelligence budget also increased disproportionately compared with other internal policing units and divisions. In my view, crime intelligence was not always utilized primarily for intelligence gathering, but at times was used for personal gratification, patronage, and employment of friends and associates. At the outset, I did not possess sufficient information to determine whether all of these allegations were well-founded. My approach was therefore not to make public findings or conclusions, but to seek further information, preserve relevant documentation, and refer matters to the authorities responsible for investigating them. As additional information became available, I observed recurring references to officials within crime intelligence, the administration of intelligence resources, security clearances, intelligence oversight, and the interaction between intelligence structures and criminal investigations. It was these recurring themes, rather than any preconceived belief, that caused me to examine the matters more closely. Where I received documentary material that appeared to disclose possible irregularities, I sought to preserve that material in its original form and, where appropriate, refer it to the competent authorities. Where information was communicated to me by third parties, I attempted, wherever possible, to identify the source of that information and distinguish between verified facts, allegations requiring investigation, and matters that could not be independently confirmed. During the course of my parliamentary duties, I also engaged with senior officials and oversight institutions concerning matters relating to policing and intelligence. Those engagements, together with official correspondence and responses received from the relevant institutions, assisted me in understanding the statutory framework governing intelligence structures and the mechanisms established to ensure their accountability. Certain concerns that I raised were subsequently referred to or considered by oversight institutions, including the IGA, the IGI, and other competent authorities. I do not suggest that the existence of such referrals establish the correctness of these allegations. I refer to them because they demonstrate that these matters were considered sufficiently serious to warrant investigation by institutions responsible for intelligence oversight. As my engagement with these matters continues, they increasingly intersected with issues concerning the PKTT, allegations of political interference in policing, the appointment and deployment of senior officials, security clearances processes, and the integrity of investigations falling within the Commission's terms of reference. The purpose of this chapter is not to invite the Commission to draw conclusions concerning crime intelligence as an institution or any individual official. Rather, it is to explain how my interactions with intelligence-related matters developed, the steps that I took to report my concerns through official channels, and the factual background against which the subsequent events described in this statement occurred. In the chapters that follow, I deal individually with the principal matters that inform my concerns regarding crime intelligence, including the information that came into my possession, the referrals that I made, the responses that I received, and the extent to which these matters are relevant to this Commission's inquiry. Where I express concerns or draw inferences, I identify the factual material upon which those concerns were based and distinguish them from matters falling within my direct or my personal knowledge. I respectfully emphasize that this Commission is not being asked to accept my concerns at face value. My evidence is directed at establishing the chronology of events, the information available to me, and the relevant times. The steps that I took in response to that information and the documentary record that supports those actions. The ultimate findings in relation to crime intelligence is its officials or any related institution remain matters exclusively for this Commission.
The next one is complaints concerning the political killings task team, and I'm sure you're going to tell me you want to read all of this as well.
I thought we agreed to play nice this morning, our advocate.
I am, believe me.
My complaints regarding the political killings task team. My engagement with matters concerning the PKTT did not arise from any personal animosity towards its members or any political disagreement concerning its continued existence. My concern was the financial support a unit investigating a few dozen murders was receiving. There's just a correction that needs to be made here. The PKTT has a 100 million rand a year budget that does not include overtime.
So not 1 million?
Not 1 million, that's my mistake. This happened in haste, please excuse me. So the PKTT has a 100 million rand a year budget that does not include overtime. It is actively investigating 130 murder dockets over the last 36 months. This translates into a total spend of about 2.3 million rand per murder docket. In contrast, the AGU that operates in my community in that same period would have been combating approximately 8,000 murders on the Cape Flats, of which the majority of them are colored children. The Cape Flats is an area that is roughly 10% the size of KZN. In comparison to the PKTT, the AGU receives 2,600 rand per murder docket. It makes no sense. I was also under the impression that when the President announced the establishment of the unit, it would have had an end date because the mandate of a task team in general is specific, and that this unit, the PKTT, was not intended to become one of the more permanent structures of the SAPS. I therefore became concerned when I subsequently learned that the PKT was operating in the Western Cape, the Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and elsewhere, as it is supposedly a KZN structure according to Lieutenant General Mkwanazi. During the course of my public duties, I became aware of allegations concerning the matter in which certain investigations involving the PKTT had been conducted, including allegations relating to investigative independence, the exercise of police powers, and the interaction between the PKTT and other components of SAPS. I was approached by two persons who I understand to be labor lawyers from Century City in Cape Town. They indicated that they had been commissioned to act on behalf of a SAPS member in a labor dispute in which General Dumisani Kumalo was cited as a respondent. A meeting was requested, during which, this is between them and myself, during which they alleged that they had been abducted by members of the PKTT and unlawfully taken to the Northwestern Province. They indicated that they had instituted a multi-million rand claim against the SAPS. They claimed that they had referred the matter to the police committee and that Ian Cameron wrote back to them in September in 2025 stating that this was within the mandate of IPID, but they have heard nothing since. I am able to provide further details concerning the persons that I met, but I have not included their identities in the statement in order to protect their anonymity. Please see Annexure FAA6. I'm just thinking if you could not, at a later stage, flight that WhatsApp, because I don't think I scratched out a telephone number. Thank you. So. My concerns intensified when information came to my attention, suggesting that I myself had become the subject or interest of members of the PKTT. At that stage, I had not been informed of the precise nature of the investigation involving me, nor had I been furnished with formal documentation explaining why the PKTT had become involved. Upon receiving further information that the PKTT was allegedly seeking my arrest, I did not avoid law enforcement authorities or seek to frustrate any investigation. On the contrary, I instructed my legal representation to engage with the relevant authorities and ascertain whether a warrant in fact had been issued, the nature of the allegations against me, and the jurisdiction within which those allegations arose. My intention throughout was to cooperate with any lawful process while ensuring that my constitutional rights were respected. Correspondence was accordingly addressed to senior officials within the SAP seeking clarity concerning the reported warrant and requesting engagement with my legal representatives. I expressly indicated that should a lawful warrant exist, I was prepared to present myself through appropriate legal processes rather than necessitating an operational arrest. Please see Annexure FAA7. The response that followed and the subsequent execution of the warrant are dealt with in greater detail later in the statement. My first concern was that when I am in Parliament or when I'm participating in parliamentary oversight processes, I'm protected by parliamentary privilege. My presence there recognizes me as part of a constitutional institution. The events that subsequently unfolded, including the execution of my arrest, my transportation to KZN, The attempted seizure of my property and the manner in which the investigation was conducted significantly heightened my concerns regarding the conduct of certain members of the PKTT. Those matters are not advanced as proof of institutional misconduct, but they confirmed, in my view, the execution of threats that had previously been made against me. They are described because they form part of my direct personal experience and are relevant to the issues that the Commission has been established to investigate. Upon receiving bail, I discussed with various police officers residing in the Western Cape. Upon receiving bail, I discussed my arrest with various police officers residing in the Western Cape. I was informed that the PKTT had allegedly not informed the Western Cape Provincial Commissioner at the time, Lieutenant General Patikile, or any of his subordinates of my impending arrest. Please say Annexure FAA8. It appeared to me that in terms of SAP's protocol, it would have been logical and cost-effective for an accused person to appear at the nearest lower court for determination of bail. This was denied to me. Instead, I was transported in the back of a police van with no protective covering. They literally took off the side covering in a Schedule 6 storm that lasted approximately 8 hours. Commissioners, just so you understand what I'm saying. When I was arrested in Pelican Park, I was told that they would take me to Grassy Park Police Station, which is up the road. I asked if I could only fetch a pair of socks and something to put on because I had a very thin sweater on. They escorted to my parliamentary house. I took socks, I took shoes, and I put on a slight hoodie because the weather was very overcast, anticipating that they're going to take me to Grassy Park. The medication that I take every day, I thought my wife would bring it to Grassy Park. I was taken to KZN. It was the worst storm Cape Town had experienced in probably 10 years. I was swimming in the back of that van, and I'm waiting for my lawyer who represented me at my first appearing to send the photo that they took of me in the police cell, so you can see how swollen my shoulder was. I just want to give you context of my arrest. The trip to Cape Town to KZN took approximately, I'm saying 30 hours, but I think it was less. I think I'm exaggerating there. The brigadier, Mate, told the media that I was transported this way because it was cost effective. But I have parliamentary flights available to me that I could have made use of. And Brigadier Mate does not tell the media that 4 vehicles took me to KZN. In terms of diesel alone, I mean, I'm not a drug dealer. I'm not a shooter. It was unnecessary for that. It was excessive. It was literally used to create a narrative. The events that occurred on 5 May 2026 are detailed in the criminal case that I intend to pursue and which is due to be addressed when I appear in the Pinetown Magistrate Court in on August 2026. During this period, I became aware of matters concerning the relationship between the PKTT, crime intelligence, senior police management, and other investigative structures.
Mr. Adams, so during which period? You say during this period. What period?
From the time of my arrest to present, sorry.
Okay.
Those matters reinforce my belief that concerns regarding accountability, oversight, and the proper exercise of investigative powers warranted careful and independent examination by the competent authorities. In my view, independence within policing structures is being compromised by Lieutenant General Kumalo serving as both the head of crime intelligence and the head of the PKTT. Likewise, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi is the head of organized crime and the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal. In my view, the duality of these roles compromises investigative independence and creates an opportunity for abuse of process. I regard my own arrest as an example of what I believe may constitute such an abuse of power. It is my understanding that special task teams previously reported directly to the provincial commissioners. It is important that I make my position clear. I do not contend that every member of the PKTT has acted improperly or that every investigation undertaken by the unit was unlawful. Nor do I suggest that the mere fact that I became the subject of an investigation establishes a proper motive, an improper motive. My concerns relate to identifiable justification, action and events which, in my respectful view, justify scrutiny by independent oversight bodies that now fall within the factual matrix before this commission. I have, wherever possible, preserved the documentary record relating to my engagement with the PKTT. That record includes correspondence between my legal representatives and SAPS, court documents, official communications, email, and other material generated before, during, or after my arrest. These documents provide an objective chronology of which my oral evidence may be tested. The purpose of the chapters that follow is therefore not to invite the Commission to draw broad conclusions regarding the PKTT as an institution. Rather, I tend to deal sequentially with the principal events that inform my concerns, including the information that I received, the steps that I took, the responses I followed, my arrest and detention, and the subsequent developments that are relevant to the Commission's terms of reference. I respectfully invite the Commission to assess these events not in isolation, but against the documentary record, the evidence of other witnesses, and the objective chronology that emerges from the materials placed before it. My evidence is directed at assisting the Commission to establish that chronology and to understand the basis upon which I inform my concerns that I subsequently reported through lawful and official channels. I respectfully request that the Commission consider the validity and circumstances of my arrest, having regard to the documentary evidence before it, including evidence which is objective rather than subjective. I submit that such evidence may assist the Commission in determining whether there was operational bias or predetermined intention to punish me by members of the PKTT in relation to my criminal case concerning alleged misconduct against persons associated with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi.
Okay, the next topic, interaction with the Inspector General of Intelligence.
Thank you, Advocate, Commissioners. I was contacted by the Office of the IGI in November of 2024 during my efforts to have my criminal cases investigated by SAPS.
Can I just ask you who contacted you from the office?
It was a woman, but I do not remember her name, Advocate. I sat with this. I actually can't tell you what her name is, but it was a female.
Okay. Was it Governor?
No, it was not. I only met Advocate Governor at a later stage. It was not her. At least I don't think it was her. Before she comes in and said it was her. I doubt it was her.
Okay, continue. It was just clarification.
An inquiry was made about the cases that I had lodged and asked whether I would attend the offices in Pretoria because the department had an interest in the cases that I had lodged with the SAPS. During the same week, I visited the IGI's office where I spent some time explaining the nature of my concerns.
Can I ask you, who did you meet with at the IGI's office?
I was met at the gate by a young lady, again, whose name I don't remember. She took me to a room where the IGI was sitting having coffee. He told me that Advocate Governor would be there in a few minutes. Asked me to sit down. And he asked me a little bit of what I had. And then Advocate Governor came. He handed me over to Advocate Governor and he left.
So you met with Advocate Governor and
the IGI, Mr. Faizan.
And that was during the same week, meaning the same week as the week when they contacted you?
Yes, Advocate.
Okay.
The IGI referred me to Advocate Governor, who I understood to be a member of his staff. I handed the relevant information to her and subsequently returned to Cape Town. A few months later, on 28 March, I emailed the IGI regarding the status of the investigation as previously referred to in Annexure FAA4. The IGI advised me that his report had been completed and provided to the Minister of Police at the time, Minister Mkhunu. Having regard to the nature of the allegation and the specialized oversight functions entrusted to the IGI, I considered it both appropriate and necessary to refer relevant information to that office rather than attempting to investigate related matters myself. My engagement with the IGI was undertaken in good faith and through lawful channels. My purpose was not to obtain political advantage or to influence any investigation. Rather, it was to place information before the statutory authority entrusted by Parliament with oversight of the intelligence services and to permit that office to determine whether further investigation was warranted. So just so you understand where I was at that time. I, at the time, did not know that the IGI had oversight over crime intelligence. I thought that was the mandate of SAPS. So that was explained to me on the day.
And can I just ask you, in that November 2024, did you engage with anyone else from the IGI?
No, ma'am. It was Ms. Governor And Mr. Faisal, I've never spoken to anyone else from the IGI.
Okay, continue.
In support of my referral, I provided such information and documentation as was then available to me. I regard the IGI as the appropriate institution to assist allegations relating to intelligence structures because that office possesses investigative powers, access to classified information as authorized by law, and statutory responsibility that I as a Member of Parliament do not possess. My role was confined to reporting information, providing documentation where available, and cooperating with oversight processes. During the course of my investigation with the IGI, of my engagement with the IGI, I became aware that aspects of the matters referred to me were receiving official consideration. I regarded that development as confirmation that the issues I had raised warranted examination by a competent oversight authority. I do not, however, suggest that the existence of such engagement constitutes proof of the allegations that were subject to my referral. Those matters remain to be determined of the evidence available to the relevant authorities. Certain developments concerning the work of the IGI subsequently became matters of public record, including litigation and official proceedings relating to the independence of the office and allegations of interference with its investigations. I refer to those matters only insofar as they provide context for my own interactions with the Office of the IGI and the chronology of events described in the statement. I do not rely upon those proceedings as proof of the allegations that I reported.
Then the next topic, various allegations made about me by witnesses at the Madlanga Commission. The first is Lieutenant General Mkwanazi.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, Commissioners. Prior to the events described below and the press conference held by Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, I have never had a personal or social professional relationship with him. Prior to these events, I admired him and I held him in high regard. When I watched the press conference held by Lieutenant General Mkwanazi on 6 July 2025, at which he made various claims to the South African public concerning alleged collusion and criminality within the SAPS, reference was made to a politician who he claimed was interfering in SAPS affairs. Following the press conference, my phone was inundated with messages from people asking me whether this guy was planning a coup. The manner in which the press conference appeared to me was highly militaristic, including the presence of masked armed men standing behind him. It reminded me of the manner in which Captain Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso appeared during the period surrounding his coup. I was extremely concerned that a provincial commissioner had made allegations of this nature, rather than the national commissioner, particularly having regard to the SAPS national instruction and policy relating to the media, including SAPS national instruction 5 of 2017, entitled Media Communication in the South African Police Services. At the ad hoc committee, the National Commissioner confirmed that Lieutenant General Mkwanazi had indeed approached him and that he had given him permission to raise the issue and hold the press conference. The National Commissioner indicated, however, that Lieutenant General Mkwanazi had exceeded the permission in respect of what he said and that an inquiry was still intended. I am not aware of any inquiry to this day. My concern was extremely serious and my mind turned to the possibility of a potential coup. I then considered which institution possessed the capability and the capacity to execute such an action. The police, as a large and geographically distributed force present in all 9 provinces, stands out to me, particularly in services with the South African Defence Force appears comparatively weak. I also considered the relationships between various provincial commissioners. In my view, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi stood out, except in Gauteng, where tensions appear to exist between the provinces. Lieutenant General Khumalo had, according to information that came to my attention, referred to Gauteng SAPS members as criminals. As a matter of fact, let me just clarify that. Lieutenant General Khumalo had said on TV that 90% of Gauteng SAPS is corrupt, which I find unbelievable. I also raised the issue of why General Mkwanazi had been appointed for only 3 months by the late police minister, as well as various allegations concerning the discipline of ANC-deployed cadres within the police. If I may, Commissioner, I know I'm sometimes hard to listen to. I was sitting in the ad hoc committee when General Mkwanazi makes this statement, and I found it rather, I'm looking for the right word, I found it provocative because the MK cadres who were referred to SAPS, to my knowledge, were people like General Jeremy Vieri, General Andre Lincoln, General Teo. These were men that sacrificed their prime to fight for me. And what I have is an apartheid commission police officer criticizing them. I felt it was untasteful. That just didn't sit well for me. Where am I now? All of these issues raised alarm bells for me concerning General Mkwanazi and his reasons for calling the press conference. In subsequent interviews and during his appearances before both the Madlanga and the ADA committee, he clarified that I was one of the politicians to who he had been referring to. Lieutenant General Mkwanazi testified under oath at the Madlanga Commission and the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee in late 2025 and early 2026, respectively. He made various allegations against me, to which I respond below. I also wish to point out that General Mkwanazi did not, to my knowledge, possess the required security clearance at the relevant time. Yet he referred to various classified matters and individuals. May I proceed?
Yes, subtopic is allegation is unauthorized access to intelligence information. These are allegations made by General Mkwanazi against you.
Thank you, Advocate, and thank you, Commissioners. I've actually expanded a little bit here, and I don't know if that was proper, but if you'll allow me to read it. Allegation, unauthorized access to intelligence of information. Lieutenant General Mkwanazi alleged that I had obtained access to intelligence information and that I had handled it recklessly. This allegation is denied. I have not obtained any documents illegally. As a political party, we have been approached by numerous whistleblowers who have provided information to us both in person and through other means concerning SAPS and other state institutions. When I received the relevant information, I opened a case with SAPS, as I have done previously when information was brought to us as NCC. After reviewing the information, I considered that if the documents were authentic, the allegations would warrant investigation. I therefore proceeded to open a criminal case with the SAPS so the matter could be investigated. Out of all these concerns, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi appears unconcerned that my case dockets were intercepted by Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs and hid in a safe in Pretoria. Lieutenant General Jacobs has never been called to account or charged by any law enforcement agency as far as I know. Please see Annexure F824. If I may just expand on that one little paragraph. I did find it shocking, Commissioner, that SAPS Grand Central is right across the road from Parliament. It's literally a 3-minute walk. So when I received these documents, I took it to the nearest police station. I mean, this is me thinking I'm doing the right thing. The General is upset with the fact that I went to the police station, but he did not once mention the fact that Peter Jacobs unlawfully took those documents and that it was found in his safe in Pretoria a month later. Now, I wouldn't have known that until it came out here. But I'm saying that the General, to this day, has not asked Peter Jacobs, why would you do that, General? You know, the problem we have on the Cape Flats, murder dockets get missing daily. This is a serious thing to me. Murder dockets, rape dockets, drug dealing dockets, they disappear because of police corruption. Now, if this is not the epitome of police corruption, then someone needs to tell me that so that I understand. The allegation, classified crime intelligence information. Lieutenant General Mkwanazi alleged that I obtained classified crime intelligence information despite not being a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. This allegation is denied. During the last week of October, I found a document in my parliamentary office in Cape Town. I presumed that the docket had been pushed under my door because I found it on the floor when I opened the door. Receiving documents in Parliament in parliamentary offices while members are absent is not unusual. Parliamentary administration may place documents under the doors of members. It is also common for members of the public to provide information to members of Parliament concerning various matters, particularly when they are frustrated by government departments' failures to respond to allegations of fraud and corruption. Some persons and organizations have approached the NCC in person. Others provide information to us through third parties, while others have simply dropped documents at our offices. After reading the document, I discussed the matter with my fellow NCC parliamentarian, Honourable Sakina Frenchman. We considered that the information should be passed to SAPS for investigation. I did not meet the person who provided the information and did not unlawfully obtain any information from the JSCI. The assertion by Lieutenant General Mkwanazi that I should have passed the information to the JSCI is, in my view, it's misleading. And it is misleading because at that time there was no JSCI. That body was not constituted. At the time I opened the criminal case with the SAPS, I did not understand the JSCI to have jurisdiction over the criminal complaint that I was reporting. Also, no JSCI was constituted at the time. I am also not the only member of Parliament to have received documents in this manner. In the past, members of Parliament, including Honourable Patricia de Lille, have publicly stated that documents related to significant matters were delivered or placed under their office doors. It has now become, and I don't know if it's true, but the media is running a story that Honourable Darlene James also received information. I'm not saying that she did, but I said from the word go, Commissioner, it wouldn't make sense that someone would only give this information to me. It just wouldn't make sense. The allegation of State Capture 2.0. Lieutenant General Mkwanazi alleged that I was involved in State Capture 2.0, whereby a high-ranking official and members of Parliament were being used to dismantle effective police units. This allegation is categorically denied. I respectfully submit that this Commission should require evidence to substantiate such serious and potentially defamatory allegations. I also just wish to add, I find it funny, Commissioners, that the man who was the National Commissioner at the time of State Capture and didn't say a word about it is now accusing me of being part of State Capture 2.0. It's hilarious. Allegations concerning Paulsmoor Prison. Lieutenant General Mkwanazi said I should go to Paulsmoor Prison and sit there for a while so that I can learn something. I regard such a statement by a high-ranking police officer as deeply concerning. In my view, allowing a senior police officer to make statements of this nature is indicative of a failure by SAPS to hold its members to the required standards. I have made a statement that is deemed to be non-parliamentary and I get docked my salary. This man runs amok. He's a law unto himself. In my view, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi's conduct demonstrates an attitude that he's above the rule of law and that he may make statements without appropriate restraint or accountability. I further contend that such conduct is inconsistent with the standards of discipline expected from a senior police officer. Allegations concerning my complaint to SAPS. Lieutenant General Mkwanazi advised the Commission that the complaints which I filed on SAPS were based on information that lacks substantive criminal elements and that I had encroached upon internal police procedures over which I had no jurisdiction. This allegation is denied. Furthermore, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, to comment upon the contents of my complaints, he must have, in my view, had case of my criminal case dockets. He is, after all, the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal. I therefore ask how he had sight of case dockets in Cape Town and Gauteng, particularly given the concern raised about his own security clearance. This, in my view, illustrates a broader problem within the SAPS, where case information may be circulated with what I regard as an informal SAPS network or cabal with the effect of protecting those who are supposed, who themselves are accused of corruption. I just want to, before I move on to the next the next hearing, Commissioners, and just ask you to understand, as someone who loses people daily, and when I tell you I lose people daily, I know dozens of families in every ward in the Cape Flats. When they post tonight that 15 people have been shot, I can guarantee you, I will know 2, 3, or 4 of them. Sometimes in passing, sometimes personally. Sometimes they are related to people that I know. So this type of behavior is unacceptable to me. When I find out that my provincial commissioner at the time, Lieutenant General Patikile, doesn't have a police clearance, it makes my blood boil. Because this man is sitting with intelligence information. He's using this information to sign off on budgets. He's giving operational instructions without the right recognized clearance. It is in actual fact as if, Commissioner Kumalo, to use you as an example, not because you look the part. If you were a taxi driver and you didn't have PDP, that is what they've reduced the South African Police Service to. Now when you find out that out of the 9 provincial commissioners, only 2 have clearance, we understand why our children are dying like flies. Where was I? Allegations concerning classified...
Looks like it.
I was just teasing our advocate. Allegations concerning classified reports and the Secret Service account. Lieutenant General Mkwanazi alleges that I received and I shared classified reports concerning internal SAPS vetting and the Secret Service account or slush fund, therefore compromising the KwaZulu-Natal political killings task team by exposing its operational funding and vehicle procurement. This allegation is denied. The information available to me indicated an alleged contravention of the Public Finance Management Act. If Lieutenant General Mkwanazi is aware that I possess classified documents and believes that I acted unlawfully, he should have laid a charge at the nearest police station rather than threaten me. Instead, he elects to make public statements against me in the South African media concerning my alleged exposure of corruption, which of his own version he's known about for many years. This is a serious question to me. Everything is known about Chairperson. General Mkwanazi never opened a single case. He indicated that I was being used. That may be his belief, and it in fact may be true, but it does not make the information that I brought to the relevant authorities irrelevant. Allegations that I am a conduit for a criminal cartel. Lieutenant General Mkwanazi alleges that I am a conduit for criminal cartel seeking to weaken the South African Police Service. This allegation is denied and it is false. It has been made without substantiation. In my view, in the same manner, several other statements made by Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, which have not been properly tested. And I really hope this commission is going to. I thought the PKTT was coming again. On the contrary, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi publicly claimed that fellow generals were innocent, as if he possessed authority equivalent to that of a judicial officer. You see, Judge, when I tell you my evidence is not a conviction, that's because it's not a conviction, it's an allegation. For a general to come on TV and say this one is innocent, he's told the courts that we no longer need them. The investigators will decide. I find this particularly concerning because a magistrate, that statement of Mkwanazi, that General Mkwanazi, that they were innocent, it's concerning to me because a sober magistrate had, on the available evidence, found sufficient grounds to issue an arrest warrant. General Mkwanazi, instead of making allegations against me, should perhaps explain to this commission if he is in actual fact the conduit for Mr. Timmy Marimoto, a known criminal, who he is alleged to have a close relationship with. There are in fact allegations that General Mkwanazi has interfered in the arrest of Mr. Marimoto, and it is a fact that Mr. Marimoto's wife has worked in crime intelligence as a police colonel, her first job in the province of KZN, where General Mkwanazi is the provincial commissioner. Now, Chairperson, I assume that Mrs. Marimoto worked in crime intelligence under the tutelage of General Dumasani Kumalo. If crime intelligence cannot understand that a wife of a convicted criminal, an alleged drug dealer, is heading a department, then I am concerned, Chief. Response to paragraph 3, 1.3 of the rules of notice. Am I jumping the gun? I'm sorry, my control issues are taking over here.
No, that's fine. This is the response to the Rule 3 notice. Do you want to proceed with that?
Yeah, this is the part where I get in trouble, but yeah. I also, just before I move on to the Lieutenant General Mkwanazi does allege that I am a conduit for a criminal cartel and that I am trying to weaken the SAPS. The SAPS has weakened the SAPS, Chief, not me. My response to paragraph 1.3 on the Rule 3 notice. In paragraph 1.3
It is really a repeat of what you've said.
Then I will not insist to read it, Advocate.
Can you then go to the next topic on page 43, IDAC?
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, Commissioners. Just give me 1 second, please. My phones are off. I am extremely concerned and shocked about allegations of impropriety at the Independent Directorate Against Corruption concerning the investigation and concerning the investigating director herself. If these allegations are proven true, I submit that the persons responsible should face the full force of the law. The performance and attitude of IDAC members during the testimony before the Commission was extremely disconcerting and leaves much to be desired for an organization of such importance. The blame shifting, the innuendo, backstabbing conduct that I regard as treacherous and personal grievances revealed point to my view to a seriously dysfunctional organization. In my view, the conduct disclosed during the testimony raises serious questions about whether some members of IDAC are capable of fulfilling their responsibilities. I respectfully hope that the Commission will make serious recommendations concerning those members whose conduct warrants such consideration.
In response to IDAC witnesses on page 44.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, Commissioners. I am not able to comment fully on the various statements made by Head of IDAC, Advocate Johnson, because the matter is under investigation and I do not wish to prejudice the criminal case that is being investigated.
Which case were you referring to?
I laid a criminal case. I laid a criminal case against IDAC Advocate. I've got the case number on my phone. Can I give it to you during the lunch break?
No, that's fine. You say IDAC, IDAC itself, the institution.
I laid a case against the members of IDAC.
Which members?
Dylan Perumal, Brian Pariachi, but I did request that the institution itself, but those were the two names because at the time when I laid the case, I hadn't really heard Andrea Johnson say very much yet at the time. But I did open a case against them for the way in which my case is being handled, for the fact that they came on national TV to discuss the merits of a case that was sub judice, which my attorney told me was totally wrong. So I have laid a case against them. Amongst the things that happened is I was recorded by an advocate. I do not recall giving her permission to do it, or maybe I did, but I don't recall it. The advocate comes here and discusses the content of that recording, which in my view is privileged. Not that I have a problem with what she said, but because I want the whole 2-hour recording to be played here, Chief, because you must hear what she said. You must. But like I say, there are certain issues where perhaps you must guide me, Commissioner. As you've learned in our first session, I'm not a lawyer. Perhaps you must guide me.
Okay.
So based on the issues raised before the Commission, I respond as follows. I relied upon the IDAC official responsible for my commissioning process. Any administrative irregularities were outside my control and do not affect the truthfulness of my evidence. I submitted my complaint when requested. Decisions concerning the registration of a docket were made by investigators, not me. My role was limited to reporting information that I believe warranted investigation. Decisions to investigate and arrest relied entirely with the IDAC and its prosecutors. Questions concerning document management or record keeping should be directed to the investigators responsible for maintaining the relevant files. I appeared before the authorities as a complainant because I believed that I possessed information concerning alleged wrongdoing. I provided information truthfully and in good faith. I did not direct the information, decide whether a docket should be opened, determine how affidavits were processed, or decide whether arrest should be made. Any administrative issues concerning the commissioning, filing, or handling of any affidavit should fall within the responsibility of the investigating authority. I stand by the substance of the information I provided and will continue to cooperate with any lawful inquiry. I believe my legal right as a member of Parliament, as a citizen, to report information that I believe warranted investigation. Whether to investigate or prosecute was a decision for IDAC and the prosecuting authorities. I had no control when investigators opened a docket. My role ended with providing the information requested from me. Whether my complaint fell within IDAC's legal mandate was for IDAC to determine. I was entitled to submit information. I was not responsible for interpreting the law on behalf of IDAC. I expect investigators to independently verify everything that I report. Their investigative decisions was theirs alone. I supplied information that I believed to be accurate. It was never my role to determine whether sufficient evidence existed for arrest or prosecution. Reporting suspected wrongdoing is not the same as directing arrest. Those decisions were made independently by investigators and prosecutors. Once I provided my statements, responsibility for safeguarding, managing, and presenting those statements rested with IDAC. I humbly request that the Commission should perhaps request the chain of custody of my submitted affidavits from IDAC.
You may proceed, Ms.
Ms. Drushanta Ransome-Sammy, IDAC prosecutor. I confirm that Advocate Drushanta Ransame was a member of the IDAC personnel who I met on 6 January to sign my A1 statements. I wish to respond to comments made by Advocate Ransame in a testimony, which in my view may have no bearing on the criminal case that I opened with the subs. I stated upfront that when I met Advocate Ransame, she introduced herself to me as an advocate. It was a one-off meeting and I've not seen her since. I now understand from her own testimony before this commission that she is not an advocate. She is in actual fact a lawyer. Now, Chairperson, if she's brave enough to hand that whole recording over, the first words to me are, I'm Advocate Drew Ransame.
My understanding, though, is that within the NPA, they are given or assigned the proposition of advocate just as a position, not so much whether she is admitted as an advocate or as an attorney. That's my understanding.
Okay, Justice, if that's the answer, then I 100% accept it. Okay, I'm just going to move on from the next point.
I think you must read it into the record.
Must I read it into the record?
Yes, I regard the distinction as important because notwithstanding what the chair said, you regarded, she did give the same explanation that the chair is giving. And
no problem, Advocate. I just thought the chair was just correcting me because I regarded the distinction as important because I was led to believe that she had the title of advocate. Insofar as she took the time to explain her professional status to the Commission, I believe she did not exercise the same degree of circumspection when she interacted with me. I was extremely surprised to hear from her testimony before the Commission that our conversation had been recorded. I do not believe, Chairperson, she requested my permission as the whistleblower and person providing the information to record the conversation. I absolutely do not recall her asking that question. I do remember that there was a cell phone on that table which was untouched for that whole 2 hours, if I think about it. What concerns me further is a recollection of the events of the day which I met with the IDAC staff. I deal below with my response to various statements made by Advocate Ransame. Now, Chairperson, it's just here that I'm a little bit afraid because this issue is under investigation, but I'm going to try to assist the Commission as far as I can. The issues raised by Advocate Ransame include 2 different versions of my statements: the authenticity of my S27, the inaccuracy of IDAC's record keeping, the integrity of evidence presented in court and to the Commission, the handling of the interview process, the 2-month delay allegedly involving in opening a case before I came to IDAC, and my possession of the documents. Chairperson, I only gave one account in my interview. Anything that happens after that, Chairperson, that is not my business. Any later differences between documents should be explained by those responsible for preparing and preserving the records. The accuracy and custody of investigation records are matters for IDAC. Once I presented my information, I had no control over how those documents were stored or preserved. I attended the interview in good faith and answered every question from the investigators as honestly as I could. Any inconsistencies in the investigation, in the investigators' documents, should be addressed to the investigators and not to me. I opened criminal cases at Grand Central Police Station in Cape Town 2 days after receiving the documents. The case numbers are 1653 of 10, 2024, 1651 of 10, 2024, and 165 of 10, 2024. After not receiving...
Sorry, Mr. Adams, when you say after receiving the documents, which documents are you referring to?
I'm referring to the documents that I picked up in my office that came through. On
your office floor. Okay.
After not receiving a satisfactory response from the Western Cape Police, and on the advice of the late General Andre Lincoln, former head of the anti-gang unit, who I regularly consulted on police matters, I proceeded to Johannesburg to open cases concerning the same matters in another province. Now, Chairperson, I just wish to draw your attention to this. Before I go to Joburg, if my dockets are not stolen, I got no business in Joburg. And if I have no business in Joburg, I would never have heard of IDAC. And that, to me, Chairperson, is the part that I trust me when I tell you, I know you don't miss anything, but I think South Africa is missing. That if those dockets are not stolen, which is what they were, I've got no business with IDAC. I opened criminal cases at 2 police stations, namely Orlando Police Station, under case numbers 4310-2024, 44-10-2024, 45-10-2025, and Langlater Police Station under case number 8711-2024. Upon my return to Cape Town, I reported what I regarded as possible impropriety concerning the handling of my criminal cases and the possibility that the investigations were being compromised or deliberately silenced. I emailed the Minister of Police as reflected in Annexure FAA11, in which I raised my concerns regarding the potential compromise of the investigation. Now, Commissioners, you know, when General Mkwanazi came to the ad hoc committee, he was the last one to speak. And what he said is, I submitted an email to the Minister at 6:30 in the morning, which is not unusual for me because when I go to Parliament, I'm there before 6. But within an hour, the Minister had responded. I regard that as service delivery. However, the truth of the matter is that I sent the Minister the first email regarding my complaints 10 days earlier. The email the Minister responds to is the second one. And that is also what is not being told. Please say FAA11. The Minister did not wake up before he had breakfast and responded to my email. I had sent an email almost 2 weeks prior saying, Minister, something's happening here. He didn't respond to my email, which is why I initially thought the Minister's part of the cover-up as well. And I apologize to the Minister now. I emailed the Minister of Police as reflected in Annexure FAA11, in which I raised my concerns regarding the potential compromise. The then Minister of Police's office directed my complaint to the IDAC on the same day of the second email. Prior to this, I had not known what the mandate of IDAC was or know any person working at IDAC. Advocate Ramsamy also states under oath that she advised me that I'm in possession of the documents, that me being in possession of the documents was a criminal offense. She has admitted that she recorded the entire conversation of my meeting with IDAC, and because I am confident in my truth, I implore this commission to request that recording and play it before the nation. Many things were said, including a claim from Advocate Ramsamy that she had to flee KZN because of an investigation into SAPS and out of fear of Lieutenant General Khumalo. That chairperson is in the recording. I ask that you subpoena that recording because I've emailed IDAC, I've asked for the recording, they've not responded. We have attempted to obtain the recording made by Advocate Ramsamy to prove the lies she talks about me. The strength of the cases I laid amongst other things. Now, chairperson, after we're finished with my statements, my A1s, after commissioning it, after having handed the evidence that was given, that I had given to, I think I gave it to Rupeshu because I think Perumal was busy on the phone. I think I may be wrong. Mr. Rupeshu rather, because Mr. Perumal was on the phone, I think. I went down, I went to smoke. I came back up and she says to me, we have enough to move on 2 cases immediately. That will be in the recording as well, chairperson. So I'm confused when she comes here. Says to you she recorded the meeting, but says to you in the words of Mr. Rupeshu that I gave him foko. And I'm offended by that because the meeting went well. She further stated that it was very strange that there were no cameras in the corridor of my parliamentary office that could show who placed the documents under my door, and that she found it highly improbable that this is how I received the documents. I again refer to the commission. Please, commissioners, get that recording. I, chairperson, did not apply for that office that I received. Parliament issued me with a key. The fact that that camera right there does not reach my office as far as I can see, because when I look out the door, I can't see the camera. She asked me, is there a camera above your door? I said, and it's on the recording, it doesn't cover my office. It's on the recording. Why she finds it suspicious, chairperson, she must take it up with Public Works because I don't install cameras.
But what will the recording help then? Because she said in her evidence before the commission that she found it highly improbable that there was no camera near your office.
No,
so what is it that you say the recording will reveal?
The recording will prove that I did not give them foko. She was ready to move on 2 cases, her own words. The recording will also prove that she said to me, and when I think about it, I don't know if she was trying to bait me or to get me to say something. I had to flee KZN because of Khumalo. I had to pack up and come to the Western Cape. She says it. It's on the recording.
Yes, I'm asking about paragraph 394, where you say, she stated that it was very strange that there were no cameras in the corridor of my parliamentary office that should show who placed the documents under my door, and that she found it highly improbable that this was how I received the documents. She said that in her evidence before the commission.
Yeah.
You say, so why do you say, I will again refer the commission to the recording that must be played? How will the recording help us?
I want the committee to hear my response to her when she asked about the cameras and her response back to me.
Okay.
I want the committee to hear that.
That you said there are no cameras, and what did she say?
She said, no, that's fine.
Okay.
Or something like that. I
Okay.
respectfully request that the commission have the recording transcribed and placed on the record. The purpose would be to enable the commission to identify what I believe are material inconsistencies in Advocate Ransamy's evidence concerning the events that took place on 6 April 2025. Due to a current case I have opened concerning alleged impropriety by IDAC and its officials, I respectfully decline to respond further on certain aspects in order to avoid jeopardizing the criminal case. I am able to provide a video to the Commission which in my view demonstrates that Advocate Ransamy's allegations regarding the probability of how I received the documents created an unnecessary and misleading impression. I take great offense at what I regard as a misleading narrative concerning the day at which we met. I respectfully request that the Commission consider whether evidence warrants any appropriate finding or sanction. Advocate, may I please approach you?
Yes.
Can I come to you?
No, perhaps let's take the lunch adjournment, and
Yes.
during the adjournment, you may then...
Chairperson, if
yes,
I may?
yes.
Because the colored community will tease you about anything. It's time for me to take my meds, man. So I was just going to ask her if I can just stand outside the door and take my tablet. That's all I was going to ask her. Thank you, Chairperson. We can do it during lunch.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
What time are we back?
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.
Is there no aircon here?
One, two. It's 13:59. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Can we have some order? Thank you. We're about to start. Let's stand. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Sigals.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Adams, can you just switch on your microphones?
Thank you,
We
Advocate.
were on page 50, and the topic is Lieutenant General Mkwanazi's claim that I am a hired gun for cartels. You may proceed.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, Commissioners. Lieutenant General Mkwanazi essentially claimed that I am a hired gun for cartels. You know, the City of Cape Town, the city manager, Mr. Lungelo Mbandezayo, he unlawfully cancelled a staircase upgrade tender in 2020, namely tender 357Q. The repair of these deteriorating staircases is urgently required, because the City of Cape Town had itself acknowledged that the staircase infrastructure was ailing and critical. I could not find the engineer's report, but there exists such a report. I have attached a document signed by the city manager, in which he acknowledges in his own words that the tender was unlawfully cancelled. Yet he did nothing to remedy the breach of the bid adjudication committee. The document is attached as Annexure FAA25. He further refused to explain what happened to the tender budget, which exceeded 600 million rand over the term of the contract. We approached various officials at the City of Cape Town, including Mr. Zakaria Hussein, the Chief Audit Executive, Mr. Basil Chenesami, who is now on suspension. He was the Supply Chain Management Director at the time. Mr. Kevin Jacobi, the Chief Financial Officer of the City of Cape Town. Mr. Malusi Boy, who was the Mayoral Committee for Housing at the time. The Mayor of the City of Cape Town, Mr. Jordan Lewis, and the previous Mayor, Mr. Dan Plato. This, a chairperson, is a 6-year fight with the City of Cape Town because tons of concrete are threatening to fall. We're talking three-story staircases. People have fallen right through. People have fallen over the top as these things are collapsing. The budget was approved by council. The city manager cancelled it. And people are getting hurt, legs, ribs, and arms broken daily. No satisfactory answers were ever provided to us, and I believed that our efforts to obtain information was repeatedly shut down. The mayor publicly stated on radio and in council that no political persons were ever involved in the fraud, and the matter was merely one of maladministration and not criminal in nature. He states on the record in council that I was dreaming or I had smoked something. I was insulted and I was ridiculed during a council sitting and was removed from the council meeting, with the conduct being supported by the Speaker of the City of Cape Town, Miss Felicity Purchase. A member of the NCC, Mr. Hanif Lunat, is one of the most renowned crime fighters in the country, opened a criminal case against Elita painters and decorators trading as the Construction Co. The company subsequently changed its name to, it was Elita Painters at the time, it changed its name to the Construction Co. This company is operated by Mr. Asif Khan, Mr. Abdul Karim Khan, and their brothers Uwais and Irfan Khan. The case number relating to Mr. Lunat's complaint is 199/01/2022 and 200/01/2022. This is the same company we had asked the mayor in the City of Cape Town to take action on. Had it not been for what I regard for the sterling work from the Commercial Crimes Unit in Cape Town, we believe nothing would have happened to this company. They are before the court now. I have attached one tender amongst the many awarded to this particular company, namely tender 243Q of 2017/18. Please see Annexure 27. Now, this tender was awarded as a 3 GB tender. This, as I understand it, it means that the company qualifying for that grading should have a prescribed maximum turnover and an experience threshold. The tender was initially awarded at a paltry 60 million rand. The eventual payout on that tender was 503 million rand. We sought an explanation from the officials identified above, but no satisfactory response was ever provided. We demanded that the city seek recovery of the funds from this company, which had previously been charged in the Commercial Crimes Court. The city has refused. The City of Cape Town has, to my knowledge, not acted upon our request to recover a single cent of unlawfully obtained funds. I understand SAP's position that a minimum sentence of 15 years may apply where funds exceeding 500,000 rand are stolen and the SAPS is inundated with fraud investigations. Nevertheless, in my view, this does not excuse the city from taking appropriate civil action to recover funds where it believes that funds have been improperly obtained. I have attached Annexure FAA13, which provides a detailed background to the alleged fraud and corruption involving City of Cape Town officials and the municipality. We have opened a criminal case concerning alleged contraventions of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, the PRECA Act, against individuals at the City of Cape Town whom we approached for information that we believe should be available publicly. These individuals refused to provide any information concerning tender 243Q. Now, I just want to draw your attention to this simple fact, Commissioner. The BAC documents on any tender is public knowledge in any municipality you go in the country. As corrupt as people may say the ANC is, or whoever is, only in the City of Cape Town does the Democratic Alliance, and I'm not playing politics, hide BAC minutes, which we requested, because that would point to the fraud, because they are denying that our staircase budget is stolen. And our elderly people are walking up tons of concrete while it's doing that. Furthermore, the city manager, Mr. Mbandezeo, he didn't reportedly, undertook publicly to provide the forensic report prepared by the City of Cape Town's own forensic division to the media in January of 2021. That report remains unavailable. Member of Parliament Sakina Frenchman has made numerous requests to the Human Settlements to make this forensic report available to the Human Settlements Committee. That's more than a year ago. Evidence is still being denied.
Sorry, Mr. Adams, this section is supposed to deal with allegations made by Ken Mkwanazi that you are part, I think, what does it say, of the cartel that you're
This is
being used.
paginated here, ma'am.
Hey?
I'm reading it in the order it's coming.
No, I'm saying it's paragraph, page 50. The heading is Mkwanazi's claim that I am a hired gun for cartels.
Yes.
Yes, so you don't deal with the nature of the claim. What is the claim? What does he say? Why are you a hired gun? You just go right into a tender fraud matter.
No, we will get there if you'll allow me to just
Okay,
keep
but can
writing.
you tell us what's the significance of
Yes,
mentioning
ma'am.
the tender?
General Mkwanazi has said at the ad hoc committee that there are politicians that are working with cartels. He's only mentioned two politicians. It is myself and Honorable Diane Kohler-Barnard. So I don't know how Honorable Kohler-Barnard feels about that, but it is clear that he's alluding that it's me. So I am trying to explain to this commission here that the charges I laid were not my first rodeo. I'm going to give you numerous cases of fraud and corruption in the city of Cape Town while I was a sitting councillor that I laid. And I also want please commissioners, I want you to see how the NPA itself has held us back. It's in here if you'll just allow me to read it. I know it's a little bit long. Thank you. Sorry about that, Advocate. I do apologize.
You may proceed then.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the page now. Sorry about this, man.
You're not towards the end of 53.
There I am. Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. I have been advised by a whistleblower that the report in question, the one the city manager is hiding, the forensic report, identifies approximately 343 million in irregular expenditure. I have not been provided with a lawful explanation as to why the report cannot be accessed. I have also opened a criminal case against Rhodium Construction relating to allegations that the company attempted to circumvent restrictions imposed upon the construction code by the City of Cape Town. The directors of Rhodium Construction, according to the information available to me, are the wives of Mr. Asif Khan and Abdul Karim Khan, the directors of the construction co, which is now before the court for fraud. Now, we've advised the city that this is fronting, that these are the wives of the people that are in court. The city has awarded them over 400 million rands worth of tenders. That case is currently under investigation. We have also brought the alleged irregularities to the attention of the Construction Industry Development Board. We wrote to the city manager and the mayor, but we have received no response in over 12 months. The criminal cases concerning the construction co have, in my view, been delayed and obstructed by the NPA. The Commercial Crimes Unit of SAPS has performed excellently in my view, in this investigation, but I believe that the NPA is attempting to derail this matter. The complainant in the case, Mr. Hanif Lunat, and I have attempted for more than 4 years to obtain a meeting with Advocate Esmeralda Johnson, who has steadfastly refused to meet with us. So I'm going to shorten this because it is lengthy. These people are accused, Chief. I mean, we've given SAPS hard information that these people have defrauded the city of Cape Town of hundreds of millions of rand. They are charged with 2.5 million. The NPA, in our view, is preparing these people for a slap on the wrist, when in actual fact, 15 years is the prescribed sentence. Now, we've been asking for 4 years for the prosecutor to meet with us to make us understand how you've shrunk this case to 2.5 million, and she refuses to meet. We have emailed Marlene Govender, Nicolette Bell, to explain to us. They refuse to answer. And we take this seriously because this is our staircase budget that has been stolen. We want these people convicted properly if they have indeed committed these crimes, but we want our money back so our communities can be developed. The NPA refuses to assist us. Advocate Nicolette Bell has not responded to our request for assistance for a period of approximately 3 years. Please say FAA 14. We have emailed, not me, Hanif Lunat has emailed Advocate Mop. I think that might have been 4 months ago. He's the new head of the NPA in our area. He's not responded either. Mr. Lunat and I have gone to the extent where we've laid criminal charges against the NPA for defeating the ends of justice because they are derailing these cases. I have attached the affidavit presented to SAPS by Mr. Lunat. The affidavit is attached as Annexure FAA 15. The one point where I can agree with Lieutenant General Mukwanazi is that political influence can play a role in criminal cases being set up to fail. Had it not been for the tenacity of Mr. Lunat, and to a lesser degree myself, I believe that the construction co and the persons involved in this conduct would have escaped accountability 4 years ago. Commissioner, they've been before the court for 4 years for fraud. They haven't pled yet. That's the game the NPA is playing with us in this case. We are at every court appearance for the last 4 years, every month. They still haven't pled. They've had to appear before the court on one day. I can get you the date. And what happened on the day is the accuser's not in front of the judge, but the case gets, but they get given another date. We can't understand what's happening here. I'm going to move straight to the end of page 58 because we have laid charges against fleet management. I have also, it is according to the Democratic Alliance Councillor Mrs. Deirdre de Vos and Mayoral Council Member for Housing and Deputy Federal Executive Chairperson Mr. Carl Papheim that an attempt on my life was made by Alderman J.P. Smith, the head of safety and security in the city of Cape Town. It is alleged by, let me just give you the back end of the story. I think it's going to be easier, Chairperson. I was coming from Mpumalanga, I think it was in June of last year, when I got a phone call from then Councillor Papheim, who would later become the MACO member for housing. And he said to me, Fadiel, wherever you are, stay indoors. And I asked him why. I said, I'm a big boy. He said, no, JP, I can't repeat what he said. I said, Carl, what's happening? Because Mr. Papheim and I are cordial. He said to me, JP tried to have you killed. I said, why? He said, no, Deirdre called me now. He says, Deirdre is a bit slow. So she did what JP told her to do and realized afterwards, and then she called me for advice. I said, what happened? He said, JP Smith, I think he's the Deputy Federal Chairperson of the DA. He sent a newly elected Councillor, Deirdre de Vos, to Manenberg to go and speak to a former gang boss who does work for the city of Cape Town and tell him that Fadiel is meddling. We're going to have to cancel your contracts. Being as dilly as Deirdre de Vos is, she went to the gang boss. And I think his reaction, it sparked a little bit of intelligence in her because she called Carl Papheim. I have a screenshot of the conversation which I only obtained this morning because it was with commercial crimes. I didn't know where else it was because that device is no longer with me. And I called Councillor de Vos and I recorded the conversation. I also called Mr. Faik Moses, the former gang boss, and he said to me, they wanted me to kill you, but I will not be used. Because, Chief, if you have a perception of me as a gangster, a violent man, a drug dealer, a killer, and you tell me that someone is threatening my money, you can assume which way I'm going to react. And this is what Alderman J.P. Smith did according to his own councillors. I, sir, called Faik Moses. I lodged an inquiry. The inquiry number is 1/6/2025. The Commercial Crimes Unit took this case. They took the screenshot where Carl Papheim and Deirdre de Vos are having a conversation where it's confirmed that they tried to have Fadiel killed. They've got a statement from Mr. Faik Moses saying, yes, I do get the impression that they wanted me to hurt this man. They've got a 3-minute or 4-minute recording of Deirdre de Vos speaking to me, not denying that this is what happened. In Cape Town, they cannot get a warrant on that basis. I don't know what not a warrant, a search and seizure, because our SAPs wanted their phones to see if the communication was real. They can't get a warrant. So fighting corruption in the city of Cape Town means that next time I walk into Manenberg, there's a bullet waiting for me. And again, this is the NPA and the magistrate saying we won't issue a warrant on the basis. And someone at Commercial Crimes told me, we can't understand this, we've gotten warrants with 10%. 10% of what you've given us. So when General Mkwanazi makes the assertion that I am a hired gun because I laid charges, I need you to understand, Chief Commissioner, that this is something I've been doing for years. That where I see possible corruption, I will report the crime and step off. And on my phone, I actually saw now the other day, one of my cases, I got a response from SAPS, there's no merit to the case, I'm sorry, we've got an Ollie prosecute. I'm okay with it. I'm not here to make the decision. I'm saying, please look into this. That's all I'm asking. So, fighting corruption, in my view, is not safe. I asked the Commission to listen to Annexure FAA16. It is in support of my allegation that Carl Popheim and Deirdre de Vos alleged that JP Smith tried to have me killed. So, when Lieutenant General Mkwanazi claims that Fadiel Adams or the NCC are hired guns for criminal cartels, the criminal cases that I have opened at great risk to myself, because I know who I'm dealing with. Because you have to remember, the city of Cape Town is the municipality that is notorious for giving big tenders to gang bosses. That's who you're fighting when you report these things. This is the risk we take. So for me to be labeled a hired gun or a conduit for cartels or whatever it is that's going on in General Mkwanazi's head, I take offense to it. Because I, as a nothing, in my view, have done more than he has about crime that he's known about. He's happy to come and sit here and talk about it, but not once has he followed procedure, which is what both the MIS document and the Constitution require of any civic-minded citizen of this country.
Do you want to then go to 485 on page 59?
485.
I thought that's what he had just covered.
Yes.
Yes.
So then I will continue to fight for justice. Are you on 60 now?
I think I'm just being a little bit dramatic with 487, advocate. So if you'll excuse me with that, I think I'm done with that.
I think you've said it already. Yes. 60.
Page 60.
Events leading to my arrest.
The events leading to my arrest and the institution of criminal proceedings. This chapter deals with the sequence of events that culminated in my arrest and the institution of criminal proceedings against me. I include these matters because they form part of the factual chronology relevant to the Commission's term of reference and my interactions with the PKTT, and not for the purpose of inviting the Commission to determine my criminal liability or innocence. At the outset, I want to emphasize that the criminal proceedings instituted against me remain pending before the competent court, and therefore I can only say so much. I fully respect the authority of the court to determine the charges in accordance with the law. Nothing contained in the statement should be understood as asking to litigate those proceedings before this Commission or to prejudice the administration of justice. Prior to my arrest, I became aware of information suggesting that members of the PKTT were considering criminal action against me. The precise source of that information is dealt with later in the statement. Upon receiving that information, I did not seek to evade law enforcement authorities or frustrate any lawful investigation. Rather, I instructed my legal representatives to engage with the relative authorities in order to establish whether a warrant had in fact been issued, the nature of the allegations, and the legal process that would be followed. So, on or about the 9th of April, 2026, correspondence was addressed on my behalf to Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, the acting National Commissioner, I think it was Masimola, sorry, of the SAPS, and the acting Minister of Police, Minister Kachalia. Please see Annexure FAA7. So, In that correspondence, it was recorded that I had become aware of reports suggesting that a warrant of arrest either existing or was being sought against me. I just want to expand just on that just a little bit. I got a phone call from a gentleman claiming to be a friend of the hitman of Sindisi Magaka. He told me that the PKTT had been there to see his friend and they wanted incriminating evidence against me. My response was, I've done nothing. He said, I've been told to call you. I asked him, where did you get this number? He refused to say, because it was a new number. He refused to say. What I did then, as explained after this, I expressly indicated that I indicated to General Mkwanazi, General Masimola, and the Minister of Police that should a lawful warrant be issued, I was willing to cooperate with the authorities and present myself through the appropriate legal channels. The purpose of that correspondence was quite straightforward. My legal representatives sought clarity concerning the legal basis for any contemplated arrest, the jurisdiction in which this matter arose, and the identity of the investigating authority. We also sought to avoid the unnecessary deployment of operational resources where my cooperation had already been offered. Despite these attempts taken, no substantive response was received before operational steps were taken. So what I'm trying to say here, Chairperson and Commissioners, is that I'm sending an email to what I regard as 3 of the top people in law enforcement in the country. I'm saying to them, it's come to my attention that there may be an attempt to arrest me. So all I want to say to you is please don't send men with guns to my house. I'm putting it on record that if there's a warrant, I will present myself to the nearest police station and here's my attorney on record. That is the email that I sent, that is the annexure, that is F7. The first response that I get to that email is after the PKTT hit the wrong house when they're trying to arrest me. It is common cause insofar as I understand the events that members of the PKTT subsequently arrived at my previous residential address in an effort to execute the warrant. By that stage, my willingness to cooperate had been communicated to the relevant authorities. Following those events, further communication took place between my legal representatives and members of the SAPS. The communication did not resolve the concerns that had been raised regarding the execution of the warrant, the jurisdictional issues involved, or the procedural steps that would be followed. These concerns are dealt with more fully in subsequent chapters in the statement. Please see Annexure FAA18.
Okay.
So, just so that you know, Commissioners, on the morning that it hits the news that the PKTT have hit the wrong house, this is using the best crime intelligence we have, General Mkwanazi responds to my email dated, I can give you the date. And General Mkwanazi says, as you know, I almost know it by heart, I've now been given a national task. So I'm not all that clued up with the PKTT. So when I asked the prosecutor earlier, he told me that there was no warrant. It's since come to my attention that there is a warrant. So I'm giving you this emailed order to interact with Mr. Adams' legal counsel. That is the gist of the email. My lawyer contacts the head of the PKTT, the operational head at the time, Lieutenant Colonel, I think it's Majitila, and is unable to receive any information. Not what is the charges, what is the jurisdiction, where are you taking him? Nope, he must hand himself over. I say to my lawyer, Shahid, is this procedure? He said, this is not normal. I said, what do we do? He said, well, we have the option of going to court to force the warrant out of them because they won't give us any information. We do so. The High Court grants me relief. The High Court says, hand Mr. Adams the warrant and the supporting documents that you used to obtain it. They ignore the High Court order. They proceed with the arrest. When they eventually comply, this is after we go back to court, they give us the supporting document, and it's in the, we'll get there, I'm just jumping the gun. The supporting document can't be read. That's how the PKTT operates. But we will get there, and I'm sure I will be questioned on this. An example of collusion between General Mkwanazi and Lieutenant General Khumalo. It should say alleged collusion. Before this commission, Lieutenant General Khumalo swore under oath that Mr. Stuart Sharnick is a serial hijacker with 17 convictions. He said it right here. A press conference was later called by Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, where a statement is made by General Gopal that someone had broken into the offices of SAPS and deleted Mr. Shanik's criminal record. Mr. Shanik has proven to me that his record was lawfully expunged, and we invite this commission to call the head of forensics to explain the facts. Mr. Shanik, in fact, had never been convicted or accused of a single hijacking. So I want to explain the gravity of the situation to this commission in my view, and I may be wrong. The head of intelligence, with files on all of us if he wants to, comes here, and he says about a man that the man has been convicted of 17 hijackings. He's a serial hijacker, when it's in actual fact a lie. Mr. Shanik calls a press conference to tell the media, go check my record. Please, I'm giving you permission. General Mkwanazi calls a press conference where it said that someone broke into the office of the records to delete the record. Mr. Shanik shows me an expungement certificate. And according to General Mkwanazi, from what I heard at the ad hoc, he and General Kumala don't speak much. They only know each other from years back. But we leave it there. Chief, Commissioners, there's something that I feel I must put, I'm sorry, you have that regal mannerism, Commissioner Kumalo, so when I see you, I almost want to say King. There's something that I feel I must read into the record.
Mr. Adams, just to place it on record, the commissioners will decide whether you should read it into the record, because it's not part of our terms of reference, which is the next topic, Chair. The discrimination against colored people in all spheres of government.
If I may, Advocate, I feel that part of this Commission's scope of reference is to look into criminality within the SAPS. And I can challenge anyone in this room to come with me now to any colored community, into a police station, and help me find the coloreds working at the police station. The South African Police Service has been used as a tool to beat the colored people, and therefore I feel this is part of your terms of reference. In fact, for the last 2 years, not a single colored person has been given a promotion within the SAPS in the Western Cape, where colored people are in the majority. So I implore you, Commissioner, that if you want to understand your witness, allow me to read this into the record. Thank you.
Please go ahead and
thank you,
read
thank you,
this,
thank you, Commissioner.
We will decide later whether it does indeed fall within our terms of
thank you.
reference.
The discrimination against colored people in all spheres of government. In the financial year 24-25, not a single colored was permitted within the Western Cape was promoted within the SAPS. Please see Annexure FAA 9.
I was just going to ask you whether you wanted to make the correction that it's within the Western
Yes,
Cape.
within the Western Cape, I'm sorry. In May 2019, the Human Rights Commission made a finding that over 1,000 colored people's CVs was disposed of by the Department of Labor. I refer to Annexure FAA 20. And I want to give you just a little bit of context. There were 48 client services advisors available in the Department of Labor, which is the custodian of the Employment Equity Act. And I was at the Department of Labor on that day, on one day, where the boxes of CVs, where the CVs were laying on the ground because there were no more places. And when the department announced who was receiving the jobs, not a single colored person in all of the Western Cape received a single job. We protested against this. Mawela Mutambo refused to meet with us because we wanted clarity. Why are our children not good enough? I had to go on hunger strike in front of the doors of the Department of Labor. It's the only weapon that I had. I closed that place, Commissioner. I closed that place physically with a chain and a lock. And I said, you can go and lay charges if you want to. If we don't work, nobody works. I went on a hunger strike for 4 days. And then Reverend Chris Nissen from the Human Rights Department Commission got involved. And he issued that report, which confirms that our children's CVs were thrown away. Every colored that applied, his CV was thrown away. Now, I refer to the 2016 Human Rights Commission made a determination that colored people had suffered the brunt of skewed BEE and affirmative action policies. That is not me saying it. It is the Human Rights Commission. So I want to explain to you, Commissioner, if you give me a minute, that all those shooters on the Cape Flats and all those kids that are dying and all those young drug peddlers, they were once children with dreams, children with CVs, and they've given up. Because they've seen their uncles and their fathers walk, beg for jobs and not getting it just because they are colored. And if you can't have the conversation about gang violence without having the conversation of a lack of opportunity. And those opportunities are denied to our children. And I've lost friends and nephews and family and loved ones because of this discrimination. And I feel that this commission must look into that. And even if I have to threaten Justice Madlanga today, I will. But we need to look into that. Was not. We need to look into this, Justice, because it's the only way we're going to stop the killing.
Page 63.
The Sindiso Magaka matter. You know, the killer of Sindiso Magaka, he lies in prison. He's been begging for more than 2 years to make a full confession. I've attached his affidavit. The killer is a Mr. Ngengwa. And he asked that the commission notes that the weapon and the vehicles used to assassinate a crime fighter were supplied by crime intelligence. The killer also confirms under oath that he was escorted to and from the scene of the murder of one of our finest by police. According to our generals, our hero generals, this matter is still under investigation. I wish to remind this commission that Sindiso was killed in 2017. It is now 2026. I asked that this commission remembers that Sindiso Magaka was killed in 2017 and the implicated policemen are still working at crime intelligence. I also asked that the commission note that both the arresting officer and the prosecutor in my own arrest are mentioned in negative terms in the sworn affidavit of the killer, Mr. Ngengwa. Please see Annexure FAA23.
The conclusion and recommendations.
Finally, Commissioners, I have great hope and confidence in this Commission and in the outcomes it may achieve, whatever hiding I may get here today. I believe I speak for my community when I say this Commission can influence those in power to take meaningful steps to reduce the slaughter of my people on the Cape Flats. And that is what it is, Commission. It's a slaughter. 3,000 people a year. I also believe that if its recommendations are accepted, the Commission's work will strengthen the South African Police Service in fulfilling its mandate to protect and to serve. Commissioners, too many people have died. Too many lives have been lost and too many families have been shattered. And my plea today is that you recommend the restructuring and tighter mechanisms for crime intelligence. That we ask for better paid and better trained prosecutors. And if I may, and if there are any prosecutors that work for the state, please do not hate me for what I'm about to say. The problem we have, Commissioner, and I sit in court many a times to watch murder cases, sometimes of people that I know, is that once these kids have been rolled out of varsity, and I'm a school leaver, I don't speak with authority, but this is my opinion. The best get absorbed into the Buchanan boys, the Bowmans, those are where the best goes. The advocate sellers of this world, if you will. And the next best go to the next level of law firms. And ultimately, the prosecuting authority sits with what the rest of the world, what the rest of the country doesn't want. We need to offer better packages, better salaries, better money at the bottom so we can capture the best within the system. Because right now you're sending Fadiel Adams to go argue with Commissioner Kumalo that no matter how strong the case is, the better lawyer is going to win. We need to equip the prosecuting authority with the best lawyers, and I'm not taking a slight at anyone that works at the NPA. Because I've seen William Booth win impossible cases in Cape Town. Impossible. He wins those cases. And that is something I feel that when you consider the recommendations, perhaps you'll send something like that to the President to put more money into the NPA. Appointments and promotion on police officers need to follow public administration guidelines and not the whim of the police commissioner. Because right now, we sit with situations with criminals having their wives and children brought into senior positions within the SAPS. To what end? I don't want to make accusations. Employment practices need to be tightened to avoid nepotism and incompetent, unqualified, and inexperienced people being appointed to positions of seniority. For example, not one colored policeman in the Western Cape was promoted in the last 2 years. I'm sorry, that just needs to be fixed over there. We are being told that our skills as colored people doesn't warrant promotion throughout the only province we live in. Revetting of all senior personnel from the rank of colonels all the way up to the national commissioners. We cannot, Commissioner Madlanga, be in a situation where provincial commissioners do not have security clearance. How then do we justify them reading classified documents, the type of classified documents that certain generals without security clearance want to put me in prison for? It cannot be. How they can dispense budgets, reading documents they're not supposed to be reading, is a criminal offense, in my view. And I may be wrong, and perhaps you must guide me on that. The reduction of the senior members of generals, which exceed 200 people currently. I wish to use an example, and this is from someone that is not a great fan of anything American. In America, they have 1 general, 4 lieutenant generals, 8 major generals, 32 colonels, 32 brigadiers, 64 colonels, and it follows the logical mathematics afterwards. Here we've got 200 generals. No wonder we've got captains stuck in ranks for 20, 25 years. No wonder the rank of warrant officer is known as the graveyard in the SAPs, because all the monies are being spent on top. These generals don't come cheap. We can't have a situation where a general is a station commander. It belittles the rank, and it's an unnecessary waste of resources. A station commander must be no more than a colonel, in my view, Commissioner, but you will make that finding. I'm just offering you my uninformed opinion. My wish and my hope that this commission will be extended to oversee the implementation of its recommendations. I respectfully place a statement before the commission in the spirit of assisting it to establish the facts and to discharge its mandate. I recognize that the Commission must independently evaluate my evidence, together with the evidence of other witnesses and the documentary material placed before it. I do not ask the Commission to accept my allegations merely because I'm making them. I ask only that they be assessed fairly against the documentary record and the circumstances in which the information came into my possession. I've jumped something, Advocate. We've not mentioned my arrest at all. I've just realized.
Your arrest? When?
I've submitted it.
You did mention your arrest.
No,
What are you referring to?
no. That was the things that lead me to believe that there was interference in the process. My arrest is not in here, and I do believe that must be read into the record, because what comes out there might shock someone.
We did deal with it on page 60, but are you saying that there's more?
There's more. There's a lot more.
You haven't submitted that to us.
No, man, we did. But I'll clarify that with my office, but I know we submitted that.
Another affidavit, or?
No, it's just a supplementary, but I know we submitted that.
The only supplementary we have is a one-pager supplementary.
No, not the one that was sent yesterday. Sorry to interrupt, not the one that was sent yesterday. That was sent along with this, but I will sort it out now. Thank you.
Okay.
So, where I have relied upon information relieved from others, I have sought to identify that fact. Where I have personal knowledge, I have sought to distinguish it from opinion or inference. Where investigations or criminal proceedings remain pending, I respectfully acknowledge the jurisdiction of the relevant authorities and the courts. I remain willing to provide the Commission with additional documents, recordings, correspondence, and other material in my possession, and to answer questions concerning the content of the statement. I respectfully request that the Commission take into account the circumstances in which the statement was prepared, including the limited period afforded to me to respond to the evidence of other witnesses, my parliamentary responsibilities, which don't count right now, my pending court proceedings, and the loss or theft of electronic devices containing potentially relevant information. I sincerely regret any omission or errors arising from these circumstances and respectfully reserve the right, subject to the Commission's directions, to supplement the statement where further information or documentation becomes available. I remain committed to assisting the Commission in establishing the truth and strengthening accountability, the rule of law, and public confidence in South Africa's criminal justice system.
Thank you. Shall we then go to your supplementary, what we do have on record? It's in file 4.
File?
File 4.
Okay, I have it. Thank you. Thank you, Bita. Thank you.
Page 1.
Thank you, Advocate.
and it's dated 18 August 2026.
No.
And you can start with additional information regarding alleged rogue hit squad.
I offer my humble apologies to the Commission and make this late submission as further information that may assist you in your work. I suggest that contact is made with Sergeant Samkeliso Malotswa, another alleged victim of the same police officers accused of acting like a hit squad. Because this matter is sub judice, I will not speak of what I know, but I do offer Annexure F828 for perusal.
And what is that annexure? What is it?
F828.
Yes, what is it?
That is the submission. That is the sworn affidavit of and other information of Sergeant Malotswa.
Okay.
Number two, the use of a cell phone interception device by the PKTT in the execution of my arrest in May of 2026. It is now confirmed that the PKTT used cell phone interception device in my arrest for a Schedule 1 accusation. This is confirmed during the state prosecutor during my bail, when she says, and I'm going to quote, that he switched his cell phone off every time he left the parliamentary precinct. The only way that she would have known that is if they were using a cell phone interceptor, unless the commissioners can perhaps tell me that I'm wrong, but that is my view of it. But this is a transgression of the law, as cell phone grabbers may only be used in the event of a threat of loss of life and limb. The video footage is listed as Annexure F829.
We don't have the video footage. What is it?
It is the prosecutor speaking in court.
Okay.
Because when I emailed the acting commissioner Dimpani and asked her if a cell phone grabber was used in the execution of my arrest, the response was quite puzzling, because the acting national commissioner writes back and says, this matter is sub judice and I cannot respond. It can't be sub judice because the warrant has been executed. We only want to know what means were used. Because when we get into my actual arrest, because if I may have just a 5-minute interjection, I just want to call my office. Because when we get into that, Commissioner, it is actually weird that this type of thing still happens in 2026. And I really thought that Steve Biko and the like were the last of the people who would suffer this type of treatment. So, with your permission, Advocate, if I may have 5 minutes just to call my office, because I'm just a little bit confused here.
You want us to stand down for you to
Just 5
establish
minutes.
where the further affidavit is?
Just 5 minutes, if I may.
Okay.
If the commissioners feel it's not necessary, then we can move on, but I'm just requesting 5 minutes.
No, we'll come back when it's indicated to us too. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chief.
Oratile. Thank you. Good afternoon again. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your phones are off. Thank you.
Did you come right, Mr. Adams?
Yes, Chair. Chair, it is actually an annexure to the statement, which is FAA 18 on page 93 of file 2. File 2 is the annexures to Mr. Adams' main statement.
It's at page 18.
Page 93.
Yo, 93.
93. FAA 18. Do you have it, Mr. Adams?
I do. Thank you, Advocate.
You may proceed. Then this is an annexure to your statement,
Yes, ma'am.
which is in the form of an affidavit.
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you prepare this, and for what purpose?
I prepared this because I'm going to lay a criminal charge or criminal charges against various members of the PKTT with regard to what happened here. And I'm asking the Commission just to please just indulge me as I read through it. I need the Commission to understand what's going on here.
Okay, it was done on the 14th of July on page 100.
Yes, ma'am.
14 July 2026. Okay, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, Commissioners. And thank you for indulging me. I couldn't understand how this couldn't be in the bundle. Thank you.
You can just start on page 93, paragraph 4. You don't need to read your details into the record.
I need to read my details into the record at
No,
paragraph 4.
don't. You just start on paragraph 4. I have been informed by police official.
Thank you, Advocate. I have been informed by police official that has signed this statement in terms of Section 9 of the Justice of Peace Commissioner of Oath Act 16 of 1963. Any person who in an affidavit, affirmation, or solemn or attested declaration made before a competent person to administer an oath or affirmation or take it knowingly, it to be false, commits an offence, and according to the same section, I will be liable to the penalties prescribed by the law for the offence of perjury. May I continue?
Yes, please go.
Thank you. I was arrested on 5 May 2026 by the Political Killing Stars team at my parliamentary residence where I reside, namely Pelican Park Parliamentary Village in Cape Town. The reason for my arrest is related to charges of fraud and defeating or obstructing the course of justice. This charge is related to my visit to a KwaZulu-Natal prison, namely the Westville prison, where I visited an incarcerated inmate, Mr. Bongi Nkosi Antli Dlamini. My alleged criminal case is before the Pinestown Magistrates Court and is ongoing. I, Fadiel Adams, my attorney at the record time, Mr. Schroeder, requested clarity from the KZN police officer that contacted him, namely Lieutenant Colonel Majila. The request was to clarify the charges I was to be charged for, and most importantly, how they managed to obtain for a matter unknown to myself and my attorney. My attorney, Mr. Schroeder, was not provided with any further details regarding this arrest of myself, and he advised me that he would approach the Western Cape High Court to address this cloak and dagger approach being conducted by the PKTT. The Western Cape High Court ruled in my favor and ordered the PKTT to hand over the warrant and the supporting documents used to obtain such a warrant. The PKTT ignored the High Court order issued on 4th May 2026, case number 2026-09922. They proceeded to arrest me on 5th of May 2026. We have since received the statement of the investigating officer, Sergeant Sandile Henwell Mavuka, a member of the Political Killing Stars team. The following observations were made upon analyzing the statement of Sergeant Mavuka. I have attached 2 affidavits from Sergeant Mavuka that were deposed to on 29th of April and the 30th of April. Here too, attached as FP1 and FP2 respectively, which were both in aid of obtaining a J50 warrant for my arrest. These affidavits have some serious misstatements contained in them, and it is clear that information that was falsified created the impression that I'm evading and will probably evade being arrested. The request for my approach was duly signed off by the respective magistrate that Sergeant Mavuka approached. Sergeant Mavuka claims in his affidavit FP1 that he is an experienced officer of the law with 21 years experience, policing experience, and 15 years in the investigative environment. I find the errors made by Sergeant Mavuka in order to obtain my arrest warrant to be deliberate and malicious. I have listed some of the falsified statements of Sergeant Mavuka that is contained in two affidavits, named FP1 and FP2. The affidavit for this application, I will not read paragraph 10, Commissioners, just to save time, but I'm sure that you will peruse this. All of the statements made by Sergeant Mavuka in his affidavit, namely FP2, was false and resulted in obtaining a J50 warrant for my incarceration for an 11-day period from the 5th of May to the 15th of May when I received bail at the Pinetown Magistrate Court. In the affidavit here to attach as FP1, Sergeant Mavuka states that Mr. Ngenwa deposed a statement to me which has resulted in impeding on the criminal case of Mr. Sindiso Magaka. This is a false statement, as I did not commission or write any statement from Mr. Ngenwa. I think, Commissioners, because some of these aspects are still ongoing in court, I'm just going to skip certain things, but you are free to read it. But what I want to say is if you go to the FP1 and FP2, or rather as I should put it, if you give me 1 second, to page 128, 127, where's the other one? I say we start at page 121, where Sergeant Mavuka says in paragraph 5 on the 29th of April that I am investigating a member of parliament, Mr. Fadiel Adams. This is in his submission to the prosecutor. He's investigating a member of parliament, Mr. Fadiel Adams. However, when Sergeant Mavuka approaches the magistrate, and I ask that you just assist me for the last line, and I can give you a clearer picture on my phone. This is the way we have it. On the 30th, the very next day, to the magistrate in chambers, he says he's not sure if the suspect is still a member of parliament. And also, Sergeant Mavuka says that his investigation, just further up, and I know it's terrible, but this is what they gave us. This is the copy they gave us, but we have a clearer copy taken on phone.
What page are you on?
128 still.
Okay.
He tells the magistrate that his investigation has revealed that the suspect has multiple addresses in multiple provinces. And I do feel, Commissioners, that he must come here and prove that, because I've never lived outside of Cape Town, and for the last 20 years I've never lived out of Mitchell's Plain. And the longest I've ever been out of the Western Cape was maybe 5 or 6 days when I'm busy with my work. I've never lived outside of the province. So for a detective with 15 years of experience to go to before a magistrate in order to attain a warrant arrest for a Schedule 1 accusation which asks for no more than a warning statement. He says that this man has multiple provinces across the, multiple addresses across the country, number one. And number two, despite the fact that yesterday I admitted he's a member of parliament, today I'm telling you I'm unsure if he's a member of parliament. A simple Google search could have fixed that for him. And on this basis, a warrant of arrest was granted. And this is what I feel I must draw to your attention. Now, if you look at 127, this is how they comply to a court order compelling them to hand over the documents. That is what they think of the High Court. This is what the PKTT does. So, what I'm saying to you, Commissioners, is that after I'd been alerted that the PKTT were going to trump up a case against me. Now, I understand this is before the court. I don't want to talk too much. I emailed General Mkwanazi and the National Commissioner, Mr. Masimola, and the Minister of Police, and I said, if you have a valid warrant, don't send the PKTT to me. And it says so in my annexures here. I'll come to you. What do? They don't respond. They send the PKTT like 2 weeks later. A family is assaulted and traumatized because they go to the wrong house. But they refuse to give names. They did not clock in at the local police station, which is a requirement. And it is for this reason that I ask, is this a hit squad or are these people coming to kill or to arrest? And it's on this basis that we go to the High Court asking to see the warrant. The High Court says, yes, we feel that you are entitled to this. What does the PKTT do? They ignore the High Court. They arrest me anyway. What do they do then? They lie to my family. They say they're taking him to Grassy Park. But you must remember, this is in the middle of a storm. They put me in the back of a van. They drove me 8 hours. It stopped raining when we got to PE. Commissioner, have you ever been relieved to be inside of a police cell? I was, because it was dry. I was not afforded clean clothing, my medication, everything denied. They didn't even tell my family where I was. The next day, they continued to drive to Durban. They still didn't tell my family where I was. Now remember, I'm under the impression that the PKTT is a hit squad, parts of it. What is my family to think? What are my children to think? After observing the behavior of these people, they came onto the precinct of Parliament. Even when I told them, just wait, I'm just going to get a jacket and a pair of socks, I'll come to you. They invaded Parliament. Parliament did not take action. And all of this because I opened criminal charges. The head of the PKTT, Tumusani Kumalo, the man who was on trial for cases that I laid. His bail conditions forbid him from tampering with witnesses. This went ahead. I get to court. My bail is it's contested as if I'm a serial rapist. The prosecutor tells the court that I was divorced. In my bail application, the prosecutor is named in the affidavit that they claim I took. Or in an affidavit they claim I took, in a negative way. At the very least, he should have recused himself. I also asked you, just to look at the statement of Sergeant Carlton Thomas. If I can, I saw it now, and I hope to find it.
Can you please try to summarize it?
I'm finishing, Chief. Justice.
I'm not Chief, please.
Sorry, Buta. It's just that's how we address an elder in Cape Town. Sorry, Commissioner. So Carlton Thomas, he alleges, Sergeant Carlton Thomas, a man that I've never met, he alleges that Sergeant Mavuka and Sergeant Sikona, who happened to be my arresting officer and my investigating officer, months before my arrest, held him in General Mkwanazi's boardroom, demanding that he make a statement implicating me in my trip from the airport to Westville Prison, which he refused to do. Now, what I'm trying to get at Commissioner, is Sergeant Carlton Thomas could have no way of knowing that this is the man who's investigating me and this is the man who will eventually arrest me. But he puts it on paper months in advance. And I'm going to end it there because, like I say, the matter is before the courts and I shouldn't talk about it. But I think that essentially concludes what I came to say. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Adams, then those are the only statements that you want to refer to, correct?
There is something else that I think I forgot, but we can even do that.
No, in terms of the
the moans there.
statements. No. I mean the statements. There's no other statements that bears your name that you submitted to the commission that you say should be part of?
No, Advocate.
Okay. Can we then go back to your main statement, which is in file 1?
Can we put away 2 in the
2,
meantime?
yes, you can put away 2 and 4. I think that's the supplementary. So you can put away 2 and 4.
2 and 4.
And if you could perhaps keep with you file 9B.
Just give me 1 second, please. 2 and 4. I've got 9B. Thank you, ma'am.
So file 1 is your statement that you read into the record earlier, and I want to start on page 38.
I found it,
Yes.
thank you.
Because the reason why you are here is because of the section 27 referral to IDAC. You do know that,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? And what the aspects that we want to address with you really, I think, starts on page 38, which the genesis of all of this is the documents that you say you received on the floor of your parliamentary office in October
Yes, ma'am.
2024. Now, in your affidavit on page 38, at paragraph 293, you say that you presume that the documents had been pushed under your door because you found it on the floor when you opened the door.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And you say that this was in the last week of October 2024. That's what you say in
Yes,
here?
ma'am.
Okay. Now, can you just describe to us whether it was in an envelope, how thick were the documents, how many pages, just so we can get a sense of what it is that you had received?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. It was in an envelope, ma'am. It was a brown envelope. It looked official, like the normal official documents come in. It wasn't very thick. There might have been, at a maximum, 10, maybe 11 pages. Some pages were duplicated, some weren't.
And there was no writing on the envelope or anything?
None.
Okay. An A4?
A4 size, yes.
Okay. And you say this was in the last week of October 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we then just briefly deal with the contents of the envelope? What was contained in the envelope?
So I have not seen this evidence in 18 months, but yes, what was in the envelope was there was confirmation of payment for a heister. There was a letter of loss, and there were documents pertaining, a document pertaining to the polygraph of General Madondo. Those were essentially what was in that document, ma'am.
So that was in relation to the forklift?
Yes, ma'am.
Procurement issue?
What
So
we call a heister in Cape Town, a forklift.
And when you say the polygraph in respect of General Madondo, what was it?
It was, I would struggle to be able to explain it to you now, but essentially the document was marked top secret. And the document also, it basically explained that she had failed the polygraph. I know there was other information on there. I think it was pertaining to family that I did not want to look at because that's not water I swim in. And for me, it was just a case of top secret. Okay, this looks dangerous. And not knowing what to do with the document at the time, I read it again to understand what's going on here and thought to myself, I need to do something about this.
Can I just understand when you say stuff about her family, what was it?
I almost think family members' names were on the document, madam.
Do you recall if it was vetting documents, so personal information of General Madondo?
There was some personal information. I cannot tell you if it was a vetting document.
Okay. And that was all that was contained in
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
For example, the letter of loss, there was one copy. The forklift, there was one copy, but of her particular details, there was 2 copies of that.
And when you then look at these documents, you immediately think that you're not supposed to be in possession of these documents?
The one document.
Which is that?
The one which refers to a polygraph and things. That one was marked. I'm now not sure if it was classified as top secret, but it was something in that order. I think it was top secret, actually.
And insofar as the forklift documents are concerned, what gave you an indication that this was related to crime intelligence?
Well, after I read the document, it essentially said that we've paid X amount for a forklift. And then when I read the letter of loss, it essentially said that the forklift has never been delivered. Now, what I do know about crime intelligence, without knowing who the people are, is I knew who the 2IC from crime intelligence was, and I quickly found out that General Lushaba was in actual fact the CFO of crime intelligence.
Okay. And so with those documents, what did you do next?
Ma'am, the first thing that I did was I walked to the office. No, not the first thing. I sat down. I first tried to make head or tail of it. I tried to call my good friend Andre Lincoln. He didn't answer his phone. I think it was too early. I then heard Sakina's door, and I walked next door and I said to her, I think we've just uncovered or walked into a massive thing. I did not show her the documents, but I did give her an explanation of what was in there. Then I went about my day because I didn't know what I should do with these documents other than take it to SAPS. The evening I went to General Andre Lincoln's house, and he told me the best thing to do with this is to go and lay a charge.
That would have been the evening of
That
what?
same
What
evening.
date? Okay. Now, in your statement, you say it was the last week of October 2024. When you meet with IDAC in 2025, 6 January 2025, with Advocate Ramsamy, Mr. Rapesu, and Mr. Perumal, you told them it was in early October 2024. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but it is not beyond me to make a mistake like that. I don't recall that. I might have. I'm not saying I didn't, but I honestly, if I think about it, in my mind's eye, it was the last week of October.
Okay, there is, if you go to 9B,
9B.
yeah, the file 9B that I'd ask you to look at. In fact, if I could ask you, you should also have in front of you file 9. File 9.
Let me just check if I have the witness bundle 9B. Okay, the file.
Yes,
Right,
and
okay.
file 9.
Where must I go? Where would you like me to go, Advocate?
Do you have file 9?
I have file now.
Page 3489.
Thanks for that. I'll find it. 3,489.
Yes. 3489 in file 9.
I have it, ma'am.
I'll get to 9B. Thank you.
I have it.
Okay. Now, before we deal with this document, it's a supplementary affidavit. Do you see that?
I do.
And can we, before we deal with the contents, go to page 3490?
3490.
The next page, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature?
That is my signature.
And do you remember that this affidavit was commissioned by Mr. Rapesu in Cape Town on the 6th of January 2025?
This was commissioned in Cape Town.
Okay.
I am just mindful and careful of the fact that I have laid a criminal charge against the IDAC. So I don't know how deep I want to go into this, but you can ask your question.
Yes, you will, when you get to that point where you feel you can't answer a question, we will then assess whether or not it is a question that you should answer nonetheless. But for now, I just want to establish that you confirm that these are your supplementary affidavits that were commissioned by Mr. Rapesu on the 6th of January 2025 in Cape Town during that consultation.
That is my signature.
Okay. The next one is at page 3491. And the signature on page 3492. Sorry, not 3492. It's on page, there's one that has a missing, so 3494. And the affidavit starts on 3493. I'll deal with the one that I dealt with previously because there's a page with your signature that's not there. But 3493,
That too is my signature.
and you confirm 3494 is your signature.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, if you look at the first one that we had looked at, if I can also ask you to go to 3487.
I'm there.
And then there's a signature on page 3488. Fadiel Adams, is that your signature?
That is my signature.
Okay. And then 3485. And there's a signature on 3486.
I can confirm.
Okay. Now, can we go back to 3485? It's a supplementary affidavit.
Yes, ma'am.
And in paragraph 2 of the affidavit, it says, on or about early October 2024, I received information anonymously surrounding alleged crimes emanating from the Division Crime Intelligence of the South African Police Service. So here you say early October 2024. In your statement now, you say at page 38, at paragraph 293, you say last week of October. And I think you will agree with me, last week of October is not early October.
They are far apart.
Okay.
I'm convinced it was the last week of October, and I think this is just a mistake over here. I mean, I understand that I signed for it, but I'm convinced it was the last week of October.
Okay, so we must accept then that you received the information in the last week of October.
Yes, please, ma'am.
And can you give us an estimation of when in the last week of October? Because we know, before you answer, and to be fair to you, on page 48 of your statement, at paragraph 385, do you have it?
Paragraph 385.
Yes.
Page 48.
48 of your statement.
Yes, ma'am.
You say, I opened criminal cases at Grand Central Police Station in Cape Town 2 days after receiving the documents. So you opened those cases on the 29th of October? Is that correct?
I'm trying to figure out what's here before me, ma'am. 16510-2024.
Do you have page 48?
Yes, I have page 48,
Paragraph
36.
385?
I opened criminal cases at 2 days after receiving the documents. That seems right.
And you say the cases are, and then you name the cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So if you go to page, and I think this is now also file 9, 3877, or is it file 9B?
38?
3877. My apologies, I'm working from the electronic bundle. So 3877 would be 9B.
Yes, ma'am, I have it. 9B.
Yes.
And I've got 3-4 double. Sorry, my mistake. Thank you, Buddha. Yes, ma'am, I have it.
And you'll see the first page is the page of a docket. Do you have that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
3877. You'd have to look carefully at it, but it is Cape Town, and the CAS number, you'll see it's that CAS number, one of your CAS number, 165310-2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Now, if you go to the next page, 3878, at the bottom of that page, you'll see 2024-10-29.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the 29th of October.
Confirmed.
2024, which means that you would have received the documents on the 27th of October, 2024?
I would think that would be around about right, yes.
Now, you say when you received these documents, you went to go and speak to, who was it, Ms.?
Sakina.
Yes. But did you not also tell the IDAC officials that you also took the documents to Mr. Ian Cameron?
No, I mentioned it to Ian Cameron. I
Okay.
didn't take it to him.
And what was his attitude towards it?
He seemed genuinely worried.
Okay, and when would you have done that?
If it wasn't the same day, it would have been the next day, ma'am.
Okay, so you take it to Mr. Adams, and what is the reason for
Cameron.
taking it to Cameron? And what is the reason for taking it to him?
He's my portfolio chairperson. I didn't take it to him. I mentioned it to him. I said, I've got these documents. They look pretty serious. I did not take it to him. I did not hand it to him.
Okay, and you described it to him,
Yes, ma'am.
and you say he was serious about it.
He looked genuinely concerned. I told him I was going to lay a case.
Oh, you did tell him?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he say to that?
He said, no, it's the right thing to do.
So you mentioned the contents.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
told him what these documents
I did.
are about.
I'm just sorry, man, just because it's 18 months ago. I'm just thinking, did I call him or did I go to him? But I know I spoke to him. I know that, but he seemed genuinely worried. And when I said, I'm going to lay a criminal charge, he said, it's the right thing to do.
Okay, so we know now you receive it 2 days before, according to you, and you discuss it with him either that same day or the next day. And you know that you have a duty to report, and that's why you're reporting it to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does he say that something must be done about it in addition to the criminal investigation?
He did not, ma'am. He did not, actually. If I think about it, he didn't.
Did you not tell the IDAC team that he didn't seem interested in the information
No.
that you had?
I wouldn't have said that.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand why you're opening up a criminal case. If you've reported to the head of the portfolio committee, he seems to take it seriously. Don't you follow that process?
The head of the portfolio committee, just like me, just like the minister, doesn't have investigative power.
Okay, but why?
We are essentially glorified administrators. We don't have investigative power. Handing it to Ian Cameron would have still meant it needed to go to the police station. As a matter of fact, handing it to anyone would have been a criminal offense if indeed that document was top secret.
But what gave you the impression that it needed a criminal investigation? They didn't come with a note saying, please, can you have this investigated for me? I'm too scared to come forward.
Well, if we have paid, what was it, close to R1 million, I'm unsure if I'm wrong, please don't hold it against me, for a forklift, and the forklift is never delivered, that in my mind constitutes fraud or a loss of the SAPs. And also, if the 2IC of crime intelligence fails to pass a polygraph or has a criminal record, then she should not be the 2IC of crime intelligence. And I felt that warranted investigation as well. And then thirdly, with the other document was General Ushaba. If indeed he had staged a break-in and had allegedly defeated the ends of justice, that to my mind constitutes something that is worthy of an investigation. But I must add, advocate, that all I'm doing is I'm laying a criminal charge. The onus to investigate or to make a finding is not mine.
Yes, but I understood your evidence earlier to be that you would look at whether there was sufficient evidence or sufficient basis for you to go and lay those criminal charges. So that's what I'm trying to find out. You've reported it now to Mr. Cameron. There's something in it that must say to you that it must be criminally investigated. So that's the route that you decide to take. That's what you say, within 2 days of receiving that information.
Yes, advocate.
Okay. Or actually within a day, because you speak to General Lincoln that same
I spoke to
same
General
day.
Lincoln the same evening.
And General Lincoln is the general that has passed away.
He sadly passed away. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's no longer here.
So you then go and you open up 3 cases
Yes, ma'am.
at Grand Central.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those cases are opened on the 29th of October, 2024.
Yes, according to the records on the 29th, if you had asked me the question without the docket in front of me, I wouldn't be able to recall the date, but yes, on the 29th.
Okay. And then you say at paragraph, still on page 48 of your statement, you say that at 387, after not receiving a satisfactory response from the Western Cape Police, and on the advice of late General Andre Lincoln, former head of the anti-gang unit whom I regularly consulted on policing matters, I proceeded to Johannesburg to open cases concerning the same matters in another province. Now, after not receiving a satisfactory response, what was the response, firstly?
I called Lieutenant General Patikile, and I also emailed then Minister Senzim Kuno, and I told them my dockets have gone missing.
No, you're jumping the gun in terms of the chronology. Don't you send the email to the minister on the 1st of November only?
Yes.
Yes, but you open up the Johannesburg cases at the end of October, the 31st of October, 2024.
Yes.
So you couldn't have spoken to the minister before.
I sent 2 emails to the minister, ma'am, 10 days apart.
Yes.
If you will allow me just to check the dates,
I can tell you the dates.
Okay,
the
please.
1st of November, that's the first one. So
Yes.
we don't even need to go to the second one yet.
So what was the question then?
Asked you what was the response that you got at 387 so that we can find out why you found it not to be satisfactory, such that you went then to go get advice from General Lincoln, who says to you, go open it up in another province.
Yes.
So the response. So now, remember, we're on the 29th of October when you open the cases.
Yes, ma'am.
You receive a response that you're not happy with.
Yes, ma'am.
When do you receive that response?
I would not be able to tell you if it was the 30th or if it was the morning of the 1st. But I called, no, I'm just trying to explain to you. I didn't date it. I called General Patikile And I think I may even have emailed him. If I can get my laptop up tonight, I'll see if, and I said that something is wrong, my dockets have gone missing according to General Andre Lincoln.
According to whom?
General Andre Lincoln
General Lincoln tells you that your dockets are gone,
told me
missing.
that, yes ma'am.
How would he know?
General Lincoln knew everything in the police, ma'am. That's why I always consulted with him.
Okay. Clear up the confusion for me. The case is opened on the 29th of October. You say by the 30th or the 31st, correct? That you are unhappy because you've been told that the dockets are missing. On 2 days later, a day or 2 days later, you're told that the dockets are missing.
My recollection is that the dockets disappeared on the same day. I remember the general calling me. I think it was the same day. And he said to me, they've intercepted your dockets. And I'll tell you, from my mind's eye, I can tell you more or less what the conversation was. I said, General, is this regular? He said, no. I said, what does this mean? He says, they're trying to stop this investigation. I think it was on the same day that the dockets disappeared that we knew about it.
Can I just clarify what you're saying in relation to your statement? At paragraph 387, you say after not receiving a satisfactory response from the Western Cape Police and on the advice of the late General Lincoln, I proceeded to Johannesburg. So we know that you've laid the charge on the 29th.
Yes.
In paragraph 387, you tell us that you spoke to General Lincoln after you did not receive a satisfactory response from the Western Cape Police. So at which point do you not get that satisfactory response? Because in the way that you've said it here, the order or the chronology is you laid a complaint, then you didn't get satisfaction, and then you went and spoke to General Lincoln, and then you traveled to Johannesburg. So at which point do you get feedback that makes you speak to General Lincoln?
I'm not understanding the question fully, but if I'm giving you a wrong explanation, please just help me along. So on the 29th, yes, I think it's the 29th, General Lincoln called me and told me that my dockets had been intercepted. I would have called General...
This is the same day?
Same day.
That you laid a complaint?
As I laid the cases, the dockets were taken.
Okay.
The next day, I called... It wouldn't have been the same day because it was after hours. I called General Patikile, and he told me that an investigation would ensue. I wasn't happy with that answer because all you need to do is find out who collected. That's why there's a chain. There's a chain of custody. And then I called General Lincoln back and said, what now? And he said, we'll lay it in another province. But he also advised me, I must tell you, to walk away. I said I won't.
Okay, thank you.
So if I can just understand again from what you say in 387, because I don't think it's still clear. After not receiving a satisfactory response from the Western Cape Police, so you inquired from the Western Cape Police?
Yes.
And what was your inquiry with them? And Western Cape Police, you distinguish from General Lincoln. In your own statement, you say, after not receiving a satisfactory response from the Western Cape Police and on the advice of the late General Andre Lincoln. So he's not the one that you inquired about your dockets?
No, ma'am. He's the one that told me that the dockets had gone missing.
Okay. So what does the person that you inquire with say to you that makes you not happy with their response?
It was a very generic response. I expected a little bit more. It was, yeah, we'll look into the matter.
But what was your query?
My query was my dockets have disappeared. It's a very serious matter.
No, but how, you see, this is what's the missing link. How do you know your dockets have disappeared? Because in 387, it seems that you engage General Lincoln after you received an unsatisfactory response to a query. It's not that he tells you that the dockets have gone missing. You then inquire with the Western Cape and then go back to him, and he says to you, go to another province.
I think the sequence is gone missing, ma'am.
Okay,
what
fix
happens
it
is
for us.
I've laid the cases in the morning. I'm getting a call early evening or late afternoon to say, they've intercepted your dockets. I asked, who's they? He said, I'm going to find out. I said, is this procedural? He said, not a chance.
Does this mean, on this explanation, that after you got the documents in the way that you say you did, you spoke to General Lincoln, told him what is in those documents, and told him you're going to lay a police complaint.
Yes, I was. Yes, Advocate Beloy. Commissioner Beloy. That's exactly what happened.
And you told him which police station you're going to?
No, I did not.
So how would you know that your dockets are missing?
He called me in the morning and he asked me, are you still laying the charges? And that's the time when I told him where I was.
Okay. Thank you.
So you spoke to him in the morning as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I ask you to go to 3877 again, which is in file 9B?
3877, I'm there.
In file 9B.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have it?
3877, sorry. Is it 3477 or 3877?
3877. Just let me know when you have it.
Essentially,
It's in file 9B. Somebody will assist you.
Oh, this is file 9. One page back. I'm the advocate.
Okay. So, if I understand your evidence, then General Lincoln called you later that day, later on the 29th,
Yes, ma'am.
and says to you your dockets have been intercepted.
Yes, ma'am.
But, and so if you look at the time on page 3877, where it's got date and time, 20.
Where's that, ma'am?
So there's a, on the left-hand side, date and time. Do you see that?
I don't.
It has, I can't see what that
Is it
is.
top or
It says
bottom?
Cape Town. Do you see Cape Town written in manuscript?
Yes, I do.
Then case docket, there's a cross. You can go 1, 2 lines down. The next line, date and time.
I'm still not seeing it, ma'am.
Okay, there's a time there that says 14:30.
So it was in the morning.
14,
I see that, ma'am.
yes. 2024, 10:20
I see that, ma'am.
at 14:30. So that's at 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, your docket is processed at 2:30 in the afternoon. So it wasn't in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at 2:30 in the afternoon, that is when you at the police station opening these cases, correct?
That is right. It's
Okay.
actually very unusual for me to still be in Cape Town at 2:30. I'm normally there at 6 and I'm gone by 1:30. But
Okay.
be that as it may.
It was clearly an unusual
definitely.
day. Yes. So by 2:30, that's when your dockets are processed, and later that same afternoon, you get told by General Lincoln that your dockets have disappeared.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We must. I think the best. Wait. Okay, I'll keep that. Thank you.
Oh, you don't want
Was
to?
he based at this police station?
General Andre Lincoln was the head of the AGU. He was the first head of the AGU, ma'am. So in actual fact, he was. I wouldn't say based at every police station, but he was known at every police station.
Yeah, he was known, but where was he based?
I don't even know if the AGU does have a base, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
So you're unable to say that on the day he was at this police station, therefore?
No, I don't know.
It must follow. You don't know.
I don't
that
know.
on the day he was on this police.
I don't think he was at that police station.
Thank you.
Now, just look at page 3811, which is the investigation diary.
In which book is this now, ma'am?
This is still 3881. We were now at that same file.
38?
3881.
Yes, ma'am.
It's an investigation diary, station Cape Town.
Yes, ma'am.
It's got there 2024, 10/29, 29, October 2024 at 2:30.
Yes, ma'am.
It speaks about the statement of the complainant, and then it says modus operandi, talks about your allegations. Then at 8 o'clock, 8:05, charge of nepotism that is reflecting on the docket does not reflect on the ICDMS, which means that the docket cannot be registered. After telephonic conversation with Captain Savi, I think investigating officer, he suggested to change the charge to defeating the ends of justice for the docket to be registered. You see that? So that's at 8 o'clock in the evening.
I see that, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you're saying between 2:30 and 8 o'clock, you were told that the docket was missing.
It was definitely before 8 o'clock, ma'am.
Okay. But you can see here that the docket was still being registered. They were saying after telephonic conversation, the investigating officer suggested to change the charge to defeating the ends of justice for the docket to be registered.
I see that. I can't explain this. I think the best person to explain when the docket went missing would be Peter Jacobs, General Peter Jacobs. I understand what you're saying, 100%, that at 8:05 they were still working on the docket. That is what this is, and I mean, it's an official document. Fact of the matter is, it was definitely before 8 o'clock. I'm not going to tell you it was 9 o'clock. It was definitely before 8 o'clock.
No, but he's not, General Jacobs can't be the best person to explain that. It would have to be General Lincoln who told you that the dockets had gone missing. What would General Jacobs have to do with this?
General Jacobs is the one that they found the dockets within Pretoria. That's why I'm saying General Lincoln is not here. So the next best person to speak on the issue would be General Jacobs. I certainly can't speak on this because I wasn't here, if you understand what I'm saying. I'm telling you that my phone call with General Lincoln was late afternoon to early evening. It was definitely before 8 o'clock. That I can tell you.
And do you then call the police station to find out whether your docket is in fact missing?
I wouldn't call the police station. I called the provincial commissioner. And that was the next day. I said to him, General Patikile, I've been told my dockets have been taken. And I was told that we will look into it. Which to me, the response just wasn't urgent enough.
Can I just understand why you say it wasn't urgent enough? You opened this case the day before, the 29th. You get told that same day that your docket is missing from somebody who's not actually stationed at that station. You call the provincial commissioner the next day. You're not happy with what response? When was he supposed to come back to you? What was the, why? Where's the absence of urgency? You're not happy with it.
Considering the fact, Advocate, that we are faced, the community I live in, that I serve in, we are faced with the sickness of dockets disappearing. And it's generally just something you hear about. And now this is my own experience. And the information that I had could implicate seniors in SAPS. I was expecting the general to say, come to my office, or meet me at the police station, or meet me at the police station tomorrow. That was the response I was half expecting or hoping for, rather. And then I didn't get that. Now, I don't know. People that know me say I should have rollerblades because I want everything done now, and sometimes unfairly. But in this instance, I did not think it was unfair to expect a swifter response.
Can I just get clarity on something? Sorry. When you first found out that the dockets are missing, did you go to the police station and verify that for yourself?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ask the investigating officer, I'm hearing rumors that my docket is missing?
No investigating officer had been assigned at the time, sir.
So you were not given particulars of any policeman?
None, sir.
Including the one that you spoke to?
None, Commissioner.
So, but the long and short of it is you never asked the police station whether your dockets are missing or not?
No, Commissioner, I did not.
You concluded that whoever told you that they have been intercepted is telling the truth? I
took the word of a really good man, sir.
Who's not here to tell us whether or not he told you that?
I see where you're going, Advocate, and if there's one thing that I'm familiar with is death. Unfortunately, he's not here.
Well, let's just understand what then happens. When you speak to General Patikile, do you tell him that General Lincoln told you that the dockets have gone missing?
May I? No.
Why not?
I don't want to compromise General Lincoln at the time because he's an important source of information for me. All the time. All the time.
But if he's the source of information of what you consider later on, which you describe as a cover-up, why not say to him, I got this information from General Lincoln? It's credible. It's not as if I'm thumb-sucking this, because obviously, as a member of the public, you wouldn't ordinarily know that. Somebody would have to tell you that your docket has gone missing.
No, you are 100% right in that regard, but the short answer is if I had to give people away, if I had to give Andre Lincoln away, chances are we'd never get information from within the SAPS again. I wasn't going to take that chance.
Sorry, what do you say, you don't tell General Patekile that your source is someone as reliable as General Lincoln, so you don't tell him who
No,
is your
Commissioner, I
source.
did not.
What is wrong with General Patekile saying to you, let me investigate? Because that's the answer he gives you. Why is that not good enough?
If I can make you understand, Commissioner Baloy, how few policemen we really trust, there's a reason why I was guarded about my approach to General Patekile and also the source of that specific information.
But if trust is an issue, why are you even speaking to him? Why didn't you just get onto a flight, as you finally did, a day or two later? Why don't you get into a flight and go to Orlando to lay your charge? Because you have trust issues. What's the point?
He's the provincial. He's the provincial commissioner.
Exactly my question. What is wrong? You speak to the provincial commissioner, as I would expect. I don't fault you if that's what you did. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. What I don't understand I don't hear from what you have said so far is on the very next day, after you laid a complaint, he says to you, let me investigate. What is so fundamentally wrong in that response from a provincial commissioner who's not at the station, who has no idea who gave you this information? He has absolutely, I'm assuming you would accept that he doesn't have any knowledge of you assume that at least. That. Yeah, he has no knowledge of this. So what is so fundamentally wrong when he says, let me investigate, that makes you say, I have trust issues and therefore I went to a different province and police station?
There was actually nothing fundamentally wrong in what he said, Commissioner. Like I said, I just thought I'd get more urgency out of it. If there was something fundamentally wrong in what he said, I would have written him an email or the minister an email. I would have complained because this to me was a serious issue. I just seriously expected just a little bit more urgency, considering who we're dealing with. Now, I understand 100% where this is going. I see the time on this thing and it actually makes me wonder what's going on here. 8:05. I knew before then. So I don't understand that part. But what I can confirm is the dockets were taken.
And General Lincoln at the time wasn't in active service, right?
No, ma'am. He had lost both his legs and movement for him was a little bit restrictive.
He had retired in 2021 already.
Wasn't it earlier than that, perhaps?
Yes.
I think it was earlier than 2021, I think.
Okay. So you were getting this information from somebody who was not within the police force?
Most of our information about what's going on comes from outside of the police force. I'll give you a very short example. You can actually make contact with Brigadier Kaz Ghulam. I once called him on a Sunday morning. It was the most impressive police service I've ever received. He's also retired now. And I called him, I said, Brigadier, I got news for you. I said, in Atlantis, at this address, in that yard, right on that spot, you're going to find 1,000 Mandrax tablets and a firearm.
Yes.
But that information came from outside of the SAPS as well.
Yes, but this is different. You are relying on the information now of a retired cop who had been in retirement since 2021. We are now in 2024. You don't make any follow-up with the station itself to find out whether the information that you're receiving from somebody who's not in active service is in fact correct, because it's not an official position that he's communicating. He can't. He's not a police officer in service at the time.
Like I'm trying to communicate to you, Advocate, most of our information comes from people who aren't in the system. Andre Lincoln knew everyone. He knew every policeman. He knew every gangster. He was reliable. If Andre Lincoln had to tell me to duck, I would have dived to the floor. I had that much faith in that man. And I really wish he was here today.
Yeah, but in this instance, he was wrong because the docket wasn't missing.
Before I admit that Andre Lincoln was wrong, I would question if these entries here are not made later. Ultimately, the docket went missing. Whatever you and I go back and forth here, those dockets were found in Pretoria, in Peter Jacobs' safe. I don't want, if I may, I don't want to accuse anyone of anything, but it would not surprise me if these entries were made later to try and cover somebody.
When were they found in General Jacobs' safe?
I heard that in the ad hoc committee. I can't tell you what date that was. Lieutenant General Sentimule confirmed that the dockets were in Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs' safe.
But it was after the process where there was a complaint that was lodged and it was investigated. That is why the dockets were assembled, because there was a complaint lodged either by you or on your behalf that the dockets had gone missing. Wasn't that the case? Isn't that why he was in possession of the dockets at that point?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. That is impossible. Peter Jacobs is the head of the service directorate. I had laid a criminal complaint, not a service delivery one. These dockets, I understand your confusion. Maybe I'm the one confused. These dockets, even if I had to lay a complaint and they were at the station, should have stayed at the station. They couldn't have moved. The first person that had to be assigned these dockets in the chain of custody was the head of detectives. He's supposed to assign it to an investigator. Peter Jacobs had no business with these dockets.
We'll get to that, but my point is that when General Jacobs has the dockets, it's because there was an investigation and Colonel Phillips was the one that was tasked with investigating, and Colonel Phillips reports to him. That was an official SAPS process, and you knew that.
What I didn't know when Colonel Phillips called me was that he reported to Peter Jacobs. I did not know that. I found that out much later. And the reason I was suspicious of Colonel Phillips and the reason I did not meet him is because even I as a layman knows that in the SAPS, a lieutenant colonel doesn't investigate a general. And that too was relayed to me by Andre Lincoln. He said it doesn't make sense. That is why I refused to meet that man and I was evasive towards him.
Okay, we'll get to that because I don't want to jump the chronology. We can then go to, we are now on the 30th, where you speak to General Patikile.
Can I, just so that we don't leave this place with misapprehensions of what might have happened, you seem to take issue. If you look at that 3881, you suggested in so many words that the second entry at 20:05 is suspicious because you were not at the police station at that time. Did I understand you correctly? Did I hear you?
The second entry of 20:05, ma'am?
Yes.
If I may, Commissioner Beloy,
What were you saying about it? I just
no,
want to
what
make
I'm
sure
saying is, if the allegation is that Andre Lincoln might have lied to me about the placement of the dockets, I'm saying to the Commission, before I believe that Andre Lincoln lied, I'd rather question the time, the manner in which this time was written in. That is what I'm saying. And again, I don't have proof of it. I didn't carbon date it, but I'm saying to you that my faith in that man, it will not be shaken.
Yes. Between you and Ms. Ncube, you don't have to deal with it now. I think that note must be put properly to be what it is. It doesn't suggest, my reading of it, it doesn't suggest that you were at the police station at 20:05.
No, ma'am.
What it is someone is making an entry at 20:05.
I accept that.
You accept that?
I accept
okay,
that.
Thank you.
And what you're saying is that, are you saying the entries on 29/10/2024 at 20:05 and 31/10/2024 at 8:10, which says docket received from Cape Town Central for perusal, explanation/complaint lodge, does not have elements of crime, complainants could not be reached for further interview. Are you saying that is also, you doubt that entry, that it was a contemporaneous entry?
Ma'am, unless that is Colonel Phillips writing it, that is not true. They never called me. SAPS never called me. The only communication I had regarding this was from Colonel Phillips, and I don't even think it was on the 31st. I could not give you a date, but I'm almost sure it was a few days later. So if they're saying here that the complainant could not be reached, that is a lie.
on the
Before you
31st.
leave the date, what happened to the documents that were in the envelope? Because you're now going to a police station to open a case on the basis of those documents.
Yes, sir.
What happened to them?
I held the documents in my office.
So you kept them in your possession?
Yes, Chief. Yes, Commissioner. For the simple reason that I didn't want to give it to anybody. I wanted to give it to the investigating officer, which is what I told the person who received my complaint. I said, when the investigating officer contacts me, he can have these documents.
So we can leave it at you did not give them to
I
the
did not
police
give it
on
to
the
them.
day.
And just that too was on the advice of General Lincoln.
But you did make copies of the documents.
Of the letter of loss and of the purchase, the payment of the heister. I made copies of those. Yes, I did.
Okay. At the time when you handed them over,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, not when you opened these cases later on.
No, not at the same time.
Okay, when you engaged IDAC.
Actually, when I received the call from the IGI, just throwing it back now, I realized that if I give this information to the IGI, I still have to speak to another investigating body. So there were 2 copies of I think it was 2, it might even have been 3, of General Madondo's business, and only 1 copy of each of the Lushaba matter. So I made copies of the Lushaba matter.
Okay. So then you say you spoke to General Patikile on the 30th,
I'm sure it was the 30th, yes.
and you're not happy with his response either.
I was not happy with his response, ma'am.
Okay, which was what?
We are going to investigate this. It was just so bland. Look, I must also understand this man deals with a lot. He can't be as enthusiastic as I am all the time, but I just expected more.
Okay. And then what do you do?
I called up General Lincoln, and we decided that we should lay it in another province. And at first, he wanted us to do it in the Northern Cape. But then I said to him, look, I've got some business in Joburg. I'll do it in Johannesburg.
Just explain the more to me. You say you expected more. You approach him. Must my assumption be that he knew nothing about the dockets?
Commissioner Madlanga, I'm convinced that he didn't know about the dockets.
Yes.
I was just...
Exactly. Now explain the more.
So I'll explain the more.
He says he knows nothing about the dockets. He says, I'm going to investigate. You say you expected more. Just explain the more.
I will explain the more. I think it's a me problem. If I get a call at 6 o'clock from this gentleman over here, and he needs assistance now, he has a problem now, if at all possible, I will not put it off till tomorrow. I'll come now. That is just the way I operate, and sometimes I expect everyone to do it.
Just explain. Let's leave Mr. Adams aside. What did you expect, General?
I expected...
Just please wait for me. What did you expect General Particular to do?
I expected General Particular to tell me something like, I'll find out who take the dockets now, or come to my office, let's see what we can do, or I'll meet you at the station at 3 o'clock, or something like that, and I just wasn't...
No, remember, he's not at your beck and call. I understand this was something important, but you cannot expect him to respond instantaneously. If he says, I'm going to investigate, I just don't see what exactly you expected of him.
Well, within that...
You say in so many words that he knew nothing about the dockets. So it's like you wanted him, despite the fact that he knew nothing about the dockets, to still give you a response there and then and say, okay, now I know.
No, you are 100% right, Chief. And
I said to you, I'm not chief, please.
Oh,
please
Commissioner,
just try to drum that into your head. I'm not chief.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Yes.
No, you are 100% right. And in hindsight, I think I got carried away in the moment. That I do.
All right.
Commissioner, may I request, please, man, if someone can do something about that light, because I literally can't see when you're talking and when you're not talking, and this is causing me to interject.
For them to just move the light a bit.
Yeah, if they can just move the light a bit, because when you speak and you pause, I literally can't see that.
The one at the top.
That
there.
one, yeah.
Can something be done, please?
I can see Commissioner Beloy quite fine, but you and Commissioner Kumala was...
I'm told a technician is coming.
Thank you.
Mr. Adams. Thank you. Sorry.
Mr. Adams,
let's-
it's okay if you see me there.
No, you are easy to look at, Commissioner Valoy. You are easy to look at. I can't say the same of the other two. Can I add, Commissioner Madlanga, my disappointment in the response from General Particular does not infer that he did anything wrong. It does not. I was just, this is just something that I needed to, if you understand what I mean, I need to move on it now. And again, that's my failing, not his.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with the response you gave earlier, that you were the problem, not him. I'm paraphrasing, but that's how I understood your response. You
Understood,
basically
Commissioner.
accepted that you were the problem, not him.
Understood.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I see that it's just 2 minutes after 4. Maybe
Let's continue to 4:30, perhaps.
we can do so, Chair.
Commissioner, if I may?
Yes.
I still have hundreds of pages of documents to go through tonight. I'm just advising the chairperson that it's going to be a long night as it is. So I don't know if I'm within my rights to say this.
Okay. I will accept your plea, Mr. Adams. And let's adjourn now and resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Let's
Thank you,
adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.